Hello. Hold on, let me turn that down a little bit. Music's a tad loud. Hold on. That's much better. Hi, hello everybody. I know, it's like kind of awkward timing because I've gone ahead and released a video and then 15 minutes later I started a stream. So now you're forced to pick between either watching the video or watching the stream. Ooh. The moral dilemma of our time. Anyway. I assume most people who are here just plan to watch it later because it is like an hour long. I tried to make it a little bit shorter. It was originally like 55 minutes. So I managed to trim it down a little bit, you know, like just a little bit here and there. But yeah, no, it's still a super long video. And fun fact, I don't know if this is a good fun fact to be revealing actually. I actually made that video in 2 days. I absolutely grinded that one out. Speed ran that one, if you will. It was a grind. I finished exporting that video at like 10 p.m. last night. And so, yeah, the editing on it is not exactly the highest quality stuff out there. Because I did that myself. That's how you know it's not going to be amazing. And secondly, I did all the editing in the span of like 3 to 4 hours. So, you know, that's life. But I realized, like, super late into the week, I'm like, wait a second, what? Isn't that unbans update coming out on the 7th? And then I checked, and it said the 5th, and I'm like, oh, uh-oh. Hold on a second. So I had to get that done. Yeah, that was a good several hours, I think. Like a solid, I don't know, I'd give that like a solid 16 to 20 hours it took me to make that video in 2 days, which isn't too bad, but that's life. Anyway, how's everybody doing? Happy Saturday, everyone. Happy weekend. Hello, Union, or Greater Texan Union. Hi, Betseg. Hi, Alex. New to watching your streams, I've seen the other Netherlands playthroughs, but missed the lives of them. Ah. Wait, new Corbett video? Sorry, Mr. Streamer, I need to go watch that instead. That's fine. We'll still be here in an hour, so you can go watch that and then come back. Not an issue. Yeah, we're gonna be here for a little bit today. Although I'm not exactly sure how long today. We probably have until about 3, which is like a solid 5-ish hours. That's, by the way, that's why we're not streaming the unbans update today. A lot of people were probably confused. Well, I actually had some people ask me why I wasn't streaming the unbans update, because it does come out today. The answer is simply that it comes out a little too late. I mean, I guess I could actually play the beta version, just like I did for the video. I didn't really think about that. Because when I made my schedule on... It wasn't Sunday, because I was still at the cottage on Sunday, but... Tuesdays? No, Wednesdays when I made it. But I still hadn't decided to make the video yet, so... When I made my schedule, I was like, oh, I'm just not going to play any of the new unbans stuff until the following week. And then I decided to make the video, and so, you know, things. Anyway. Yeah, we're not streaming the unbans update today, but I hope to stream it next week. So we'll get around to that, but yeah. It does release at, I think it's 2:30 p.m. my time? I'm pretty sure. Maybe, possibly. I don't remember if they said that or not. I could be hallucinating that completely. But I could have sworn... Hold on, let me see here. Okay, I know that they're doing a Final Empire update stream at 12. Which I assume is before the update actually releases. I don't know when it releases then, to be honest. July 5th. That's when it releases. That's true. I love the beta. The beta, it's actually been kinda crazy. Well, you guys will see that in the video today, at least. There's so much more crazy stuff that I need to get around to in Embanar. Not even in just this update, but a lot of the older updates as well. I should get around to them. But anyway, what I really should get around to doing is starting today's stream. Perfect segue, let's go. Alright. Victoria 3. I meant the Vicky beta patch, not Embanar. Oh. Okay, fair. I have heard some things about the Vic 3 patch. Don't mind that. Namely that apparently there's a new prestige good for wheat, which is kind of crazy. They have like premium wheat or something like that. That's all I know about the update, actually, to be honest. Maybe I should be planning on that. Well, no, I'm sure it's incompatible, but let me just take a look. They should mention something about the update, right? Maybe they don't. I don't know. Chat can tell me about the update while we play. Because I don't know what's in it. All I do know is that we're playing as the Netherlands and we have Finland as a subject. So basically, it's peak. Now, I've learned a few things between the previous Dutch stream and our current situation. And I think I've decided to change a few things. First, I should explain the situation we're in. So obviously, we started as the Netherlands and formed the United Netherlands by playing ball with the rest of Europe and forcing them into a position where they can't defend Belgium. And then we just kind of yoinked it. Then we, well, I mean, that was after we took Hanover, right? We've also created our power block, of course, for the number 2 power block with 2764 prestige, so not much compared to Britain. But our GDP is pretty solid. Unfortunately, Mexico has a lot of GDP too, but, well, we'll fix that probably. So now we have Westphalia and Oldenburg and maybe Bremen? Not Bremen in here. We also have Mexico, as mentioned, and then we also have a few colonies here. Dutch Senegal, Dutch Gabon is currently owned by us and being colonized. I don't know why Dutch Senegal owns this stuff. This is clearly not Senegal, but who cares? We have one little piece of Somaliland here, and then of course we've been expanding into Southeast Asia. So we have Dainam, and then we have the subjects of Siam and all that stuff. Now, I was hoping to... I don't know what I was hoping to do with China, but basically we got ourselves a treaty port, and we also got ourselves investment rights. But having learned a few things about Victoria 3 recently, I'm starting to regret the investment rights. I think that was a bad idea, and we should not have done that. Because a lot of our income, or a lot of our private investment pool, is getting siphoned into investments that are going directly into the Qing market. Now that's all good and well if they would decide to build something anywhere else at any point, literally ever, but because there's so much to build in China, the investment just keeps on getting sucked back into China without it going to us as much, which kind of sucks. So we are probably going to renegotiate our treaty with China and see if we can actually get rid of this investment rights, because I've decided I don't want it anymore. I do want the treaty port, and I think we can ask them to give us more wheat to try and make this work out a little bit better. There we go, I should probably do it. 65 is the highest. Okay, we don't like to use sliders. If we just go with this... Oops, that's too high. There we go. So they're gonna give us a bunch of wheat. Basically free food. Also learn that private investment tends to invest outside your country. I think private investment just tends to invest in whatever's the most profitable, which means they really don't care whether it's in your country or not. I think that's the main problem. Anyway, we're gonna give the Chinese more opium. I think that'll be really good for the population. Let's see, what else can we do here? Oh, have we hit a cap with... Yes, we have... Oh, wow, we're way above the cap for that. Okay, never mind. So maybe we don't... Well, no, this is fine, actually. We love to have a bunch of wheat. They can have opium. There you go. But for us, we need to give them something else. We don't really want to give them investment rights either. I just want to not invest in China. Defensive pact? Unlikely. Guarantee independence? It would be super funny. No, we're not gonna do that. Let's see, what else could we do? Are we pretty much cooked on our subventions? Yeah, okay, we can't do anything with that. What can I do for you? They would love it if I stopped trading with the world in tobacco. Hold on. I mean, in the Dutch market, most of it comes from plantations anyway, right? And we're not really exporting tobacco. Maybe I can just... But for the whole duration of a treaty port? I mean... Give them a treaty port in Rotterdam. That's real. Maybe a money transfer. But, like, not a lot. Maybe, like, 4,000? I could do 4,000. 27% chance of them agreeing. Or rather, 92% chance, 27 out of 30. I do like those odds. How much opium do we have? That's 43% of our opium. That's a lot of opium. Maybe it's a little too much opium. Maybe we're gonna bring that down a little bit. I've changed my mind. Actually, don't. Ooh, let's not do that. 500, please. I hate the way that this scroller works. Okay, surely they'll accept this then. It's just 4,000 a week. That's not too expensive. I mean, it's not ideal, but it's not terrible. Yeah, let's see if that works out. Oh, right. The game updated a lot, chat. Did they agree? They declined? They declined? No, you have to be kidding me. We did so much. We did so much to make that work. It was, what was that, like a 93% chance of success? That can't be. That can't be right. Alright, okay. What else can we do here? I'm pretty sure I wanted to establish the Suez Canal Company. Where's my Suez Canal? Nobody's working the Suez Canal. That's lovely. I don't know what to do about that. That's life, I guess. Let me subsidize the port at least. That's useful. As for the parties, I think we're just gonna go with like a broad, laissez-faire attitude for the time being. So the Liberal Party can take infinite W's for the time being. Why AI can decline a treaty with 3D approve and above sometimes? I have no idea, nameless. Sometimes it just does that. I don't know. The Spanish are getting involved in Confederates. What is going on? Transfer New England? What? What's happening here? Annex. Okay, they're having a whole... Okay, that's cool. Why are you at war with them? It's over this? New England is having a civil war, and so time to reignite the American Civil War 2 Electric Boogaloo? Okay, that's cool. And then Spain wants to transfer New England. That's huge. That's amazing, man. My home is at war, let's go! Hi, Evie. Yeah, maybe I should improve relations with Qing a little bit. The Dutch East Indies aren't even doing extraction economy. All of my subjects hate me. Also, are the French supposed to hate me? I don't remember if I want the French to hate me. I actually don't have any alliances, do I? Hold on. No alliances? That could be kind of a problem. Okay, hey Britain, do you wanna like be friends, maybe? That would be a really good idea, I think. I think we should do that. Do you wanna give me military assistance? That's me giving you military assistance. +5. Maybe you should be less cringe. Oh, I'm infamous. Oh shoot, I can literally wait like 5 days and that should fix it. Okay, maybe not 5 days, but you know. That's a really easy fix, actually. Okay, so these guys are still privatizing everything they can get their hands on. And they're building stuff in Britain. Okay, I need to pull my investment out of Britain. I need to pull my investment out of Qing. We are spread too thin. And we're not consolidating anything. Okay, we're gonna keep that then. Should take New Amsterdam back. I'm thinking about it. I really am thinking about it. It would be super funny. Okay, can I please get to below 25 and then maybe we can negotiate a better deal with China. Okay, nice. So, let's go to our treaties. Hey, buddy. Listen, I actually don't want investment rights anymore. Rejoice. We're so back. Hold on, let me just crank that up a little bit. You will give me infinite wheat. Thank you. And I'm gonna do... Not nothing. Hold on, I'm gonna give you money. Approximately... 2,000? No. 2,500. Well... 2,800. I don't trust that, actually. We're gonna give you 2,900. Okay, we're gonna give you 2,950. Don't be like this. 30. They cannot possibly reject this treaty. Right? It's plus 30. They can't... Like, there's no way. There's no way they'll reject this. Let's make this... 15 years. Maybe 25. Because I see actually no problems with this. Okay, I'm in industry. Okay. Dude. Dude. Are we for real right now? They said they would agree. What do you mean, though? What do you mean, though? I am literally seconds away from tearing up the entire treaty, Qing. That is not a joke. I'm seconds away from tearing up the treaty and simply enforcing a treaty port. Don't play with me. I will do it. I am capable of enforcing a treaty port, okay? Don't make me do this. Is it because the obligation? Like, what is this? Hold on, when is this obligation until? Why'd I even do this? Oath an obligation for me for 4 years. How long is this binding for? 9 years? Okay, but I don't want to have 9 more years of investment rights in Qing. Hold on, I also don't want to have investment rights in Britain. I've changed my mind. Is this the one? Yes, this is the one. Okay, listen. I actually don't want investment rights. I've changed my mind. Is this binding still? Binding for 21 years. What was I thinking? Ah, it's a terrible idea. I've signed horrible treaties. Okay, hold on. What if we simply... Yeah, that's better, eh? You like that? Okay, let's go with... Yeah, let's go with an alliance, actually. Alliance, Oh, that's peak. That's actually amazing, yes. 15 years, you get military access, I get military assistance. And you're a big fan of that, and we get an alliance. Please say yes. Please say yes. Please say yes. Why aren't they saying anything? Why aren't they saying anything, chat? Oh, because that's unfulfilled, maybe. Hold on. Hold on. Alliance. Okay. Military access. You actually don't need that. An alliance. Okay. Okay. That's good. That's good. What do you want? You want to give me French Senegalese Volta if I help you. Okay, hold on. What's going on here? French Senegal without the support of France has decided to aid the Papal States. Which is kind of funny. Ooh. It's a bit of a tough one. It looks like you're gonna drag me to war with Austria and Russia over the world's tiniest piece of colonial territory. That really doesn't seem worth it, even if we win. Like, that's so pointless. I mean, it's not completely pointless. Like, here's the thing. Italy is completely divided among the great powers, right? Like, even we have our toes dipped into the pool here. And Sardinia Piedmont is kind of our champion in this case. So it would actually be really nice if I could go ahead and get them to win in Italy. I have to think about it that way, don't I? I have to really consider how worth it is it to support Sardinia Piedmont just so that they can own Italy and then form Italy and then become my subject as Italy. It seems like it's worth a lot, actually. It would be funny, that's true. That's pretty true. Why does Spain have no texture thingy on the power blocks? I think that's because I had a mod installed for like 20 seconds when I played on the, okay, for the last stream, so it's not 20 seconds, but I got rid of that mod because I felt like it was leading to crashes. I don't know if it was, but yeah, that's why. Okay, so basically, this gives Italian leadership to Sardinia Piedmont. Yeah, the question actually is, can I win this war? That's pretty true. So, Russia has a stronger army than I do. I have a stronger army than Austria, but it is looking pretty cooked, I'm not gonna lie. Especially when you look at Prussia preferring the Papal States. Yeah, this is kind of bad. What else can you do for me? Ask to become subject? I mean... if they become a subject, then they can't actually form Italy, can they? Because to form Italy, you need to be a major power, I think, to gain leadership, and then you need to actually form Italy. What's the alternative? Italian leadership for the Pope? Okay, so basically, this isn't really the end of the world. Because if they lose Italian leadership, they can still become my subject just from me accepting. We're in a position where it looks like Italy is going to form, but it's not going to have Sardinia Piedmont in it. It's going to be a Papal States-led Italy. Hold on, who else is in the power block here? Oh, it's so cursed, man. Dude, how does this even work? Like, if I have Sardinia Piedmont as a subject, then surely they can't just be forcibly integrated into Italy without a war. I think that would just start a war, but then on top of that, it's like, oh, well, the Papal States, if they lead If they get Italian leadership, then what are they gonna do? The rest of Italy is either in the Metternich system or in my power block. What are they gonna do about it? I mean, I guess if the rest of the country's like the Papal States, that's true. Basically, I think I am going to fight this war, and we're gonna lose this war. However, I will get a free Sardinia-Piedmont subject out of this. I think we're just not going to get an Italian subject, that's life. But we are going to negotiate support for them to become our protectorate. Give it a second. Give it a second. Why are you like this? Give it a second. Why? We're only the target of a sway. Kind of not, though, actually. Do you wanna... There we go, thank you. Oh, it's so cooked, man. It's unbelievably cooked. It's so bad. Also, no, France isn't gonna join for some reason. Okay, it's unbelievably cooked, but I mean... That's fine. We're gonna lose Finland. It's gonna be so bad. Unless they actually ask for Finland, and then I'm gonna kill them. I will entirely focus Russia down if they try to take Finland from me. That's my Finland. I want it fair and square. Finders keepers. Okay, who do I have investment rights in? Right. China. Qing. Stop it. I am really close to tearing up this treaty. No investment rights. Increase the goods transfer. Oh wow, you guys are like really... Didn't know you guys are cool like that. Okay, 15 years? Please say yes. Please, 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 please. Okay, this is clearly something just going wrong here. Like, there's something that's just not working with the system. And it might be like an obligation or something, I'm not sure, but I'm really thinking about tearing this up. I'm really frustrated with their lack of cooperation. I also have investment rights in America. Oh my god. I've been a fool. I've been playing the fool the whole time. Too many investment rights, not enough investment in my own country. I don't need to be privatizing glassworks in Ohio. I need to be constructing stuff for my pops to be employed in. I have 250,000 unemployed people and 1.5... Okay, that's not 1.5, but... like 1.3 million peasants that need to be working on jobs and doing literally anything else. Do you have Alaska? No, I wish though. Okay, America, we need to renegotiate this treaty because I don't want investment rights anymore. The power block embassy is super funny. What do I do with America actually? Like what do you even want? Maybe we do nothing with America. What if I just reduce this to a guarantee for the next 5 years and then we move on with our lives? Yeah, I actually don't want to invest in America anymore. No privatization. You will build stuff in the Netherlands. And then Qing, you guys are just like a massive pain, I'm not gonna lie. Exceedingly annoying, because I want the treaty port, it's just... I don't know what your problem is, genuinely. What if I give Qing investment rights? That would be super funny. I don't even think I would mind, because there's approximately $7 of private capital in Qing at the moment. So I don't think it's a huge issue. Well, hold on. What kind of companies do you have? Onglung Sheng Tea Company. Combine the Qing Plantation Fellowship. Yo, that company's actually good. Hold on. That's an actually really profitable company. Uh-oh. I really don't want them to set up a bunch of headquarters in my country and drain all of my private investment. But to be fair, if they're going to do that, it's mostly going to be in like the Dutch East Indies, so I kind of care a bit less. Okay, you know what? That's fine. That's fine. We're gonna do this for 15 years. We're gonna increase this as well. Okay. Plus 52. There is no shot that they say no to this, right? Like, there's no way. There's no way they would say no to that. That would just, it wouldn't even make sense. They could not reasonably say no to that. Let's see, what else do I want right now? I think I mentioned we're just gonna do, like, turbo capitalism this run, right? Nothing too crazy. Okay, let's go with maybe steel railway cars. Yeah, let's do that. Surely, yeah, surely they would accept that. Probably, right guys? Right guys? Right? Why can't they get my Suez Canal Company, please? I just need more people working at the canal, is that it? I have my Panama Canal Company. No Suez Canal? Canal-less? Gotta be 50% or greater workforce occupancy. That really is what it is. Surely Qing is going to accept this. Right, Qing? Oh, let's go. Okay, we're no longer investing in Qing. We have divested our private, what do you call that? Private investment pool from pretty much everywhere, right? So not in Qing, not in America, and no longer in Britain, question mark? Yes, no longer in Britain. We still have some in... That's not Krakow. Who is that? Westphalia? That is Westphalia. Okay, that's fine, because I'm just going to absorb them at some point. That's totally cool. Also, who... Bavarian Rhineland. That is so cursed. Okay. Yeah, so basically it's cooked. And, like, it's really, really cooked right now. But they do become a subject nonetheless, so that's kind of fine. Let's go ahead and... Yeah, I mean, we're just gonna have to send people over here. Oh, you have to be kidding me. I'm not fighting the French, Qing. I'm not doing it. I don't care about French Senegalese Volta. People need to stop asking me about that. Okay, we're not doing that, no. Okay, investment pools. They're privatizing the railway in Gera. Okay, that's cool with me. Panama Canal's complete, let's go. I think... This is gonna be a bit scuffed. I'm gonna try and send an army there and this army here. And this army is actually going to be filled with a bunch of conscripts. I'm gonna do that. Okay, we have the money to fight this war, right? Probably. Do I have the navy to fight this war? That's the better question. Oh, actually, I forgot to upgrade my ships. Hold on, that's really important. Really playing the Netherlands too? First campaign of mine to get past 1880. Let's go. I recently played an Italy campaign. It's one of the first ones that I played until the very end of the game, actually. Is 250 mil GDP an okay point at 1891? I mean, it kind of depends on what you want to do with it, right? Like, yeah, that's pretty solid. Like, do you mean in your power block or like by yourself? Kind of, you know, it varies. Having high GDP gives you a lot of minting, which is cool. That's something you like to have. Yeah, we're just gonna defend in Finland, I think. It's gonna be so bad. What else can I use here? Nothing. If I take this off, it's a bad idea. If I can actually somehow pull off a victory against Austria, it will be very funny. Also, how are the investments going? Oh, okay, this is fine. This is fine. I'm like, what are they doing? Building logging camps in Finland. That is totally okay. We love those logging camps because we need a bunch of wood so we can continue constructing billions of furniture. Infinite furniture. Ooh, it's so cooked, isn't it? Okay, let's get our ships. They're not quite done being upgraded, though. Hold on. Do I have a shortage? No, I can also declare more interests, though. Let's go with, like, La Plata. Maybe North China. I don't think I'm going to create the Confederation of the Rhine. Not until I have, like, 30 subjects in Germany, and then maybe. Private Q is still doing a ton of privatization. I don't like that. I guess that's life, though. Some Navy defense. Should be nearly upgraded. Who is this? Okay, we've been fully upgraded. Our Navy now has a power projection of 4473. Which is higher than the French one, but if I had to guess, not higher than the British. No, the British are just on a completely different level. Okay, let's look at the shipping routes. Not shipping lanes, that makes sense. Austrian. Not actually a huge amount of Austrian shipping lane here. What about Russian shipping lanes? Do you guys even ship anything? Do you do anything, Russia, at all? No, they don't. Okay, that's cool. There's no point in trying to, like, embargo or blockade the Russians. You might as well just go over here and blockade Austria, actually. Blockade here. Organize, and then raid convoys. They achieved autarky. I don't know about that. I think they just trade over land. Also, should I be pushing here? Yeah. We're gonna go to Wien, try to get Austria out. Surely that'll work, guys. Offensive planner. We might as well raise these conscripts. Why not? How's our defense? Absolutely impenetrable. Perfect. Ooh, that's not looking very good. Rest in peace, Tuscany. Not my problem, though. Isn't that part of their power block? Never mind. I thought they were part of the Metternich system. Okay, Suez Canal Company? Nope. Alrighty, let's see what we can build. We have a ton of innovation. Innovation's totally cool right now. Yeah, we're gonna reach endgame tech pretty early, I think. Let me look at my companies and see what they can't build to see what I should build. I'm thinking clothing. Seems to be a good one. How are we doing with clothes? Hold on, why am I getting this? Because that's owned by... By whom? Oh, these guys. Dolphus Mig et C. AC. Yeah, clothes are the thing that people are spending most of their money on. Are we importing, exporting clothes? I don't think so. Let's go to our staples. Clothing is not considered a staple. Oh, that's because it's not being traded. Never mind. Here we go. Okay, so we do want... Yeah, actually, we do want import tariffs on clothing. That's true, because we do want to basically be a factory for the world producing clothing. By myself, the OG goal of the campaign was to get the egalitarian goal done. Oh, okay, I see. Got everything for the goal besides the literacy, which I'm getting so much people coming in that I can't teach people how to read in that time. You could decide to change your citizenship laws temporarily just to, like, boost your literacy if you want. Just to get the achievement. Let's see, we have universal suffrage. We could go to cultural exclusion, but what would that give us, actually? Because right now we have enough people moving to the Netherlands. Oh right, I was gonna go autocracy, wasn't I? I forgot about that. I was gonna go autocracy because that renames us to Burgundy. How do we make that happen? Nobody likes that idea. Maybe we can... Maybe... I'm thinking. If we can get somebody who's like authoritarian. Get a traditionalist guy in charge of the ruralists. What if I could get the petit bourgeoisie to support authoritarianism? You can also get a guy that likes autocracy for the trade unions. Well, I mean, yes. As long as we can get people who don't like autocracy to support it. So, like, yeah, that's the rural folk or the trade unions. That's pretty true. Actually, in that sense, couldn't I just invite this guy? He's authoritarian. If I could get him to rule or lead the rural folk, then, like, that makes sense. Okay, so to get him in charge, we need the rural folk to be part of government. That is a tough sell. We're gonna do it anyway. Let's go. We love illegitimate government. Okay, then we bring everything back. And then they no longer hate it as much, and we can actually get autocracy supported. Unfortunately, it will make the liberal and radical movements militant. It will immediately start a civil war, tragically. That sounds pretty bad. What about oligarchy? Can I interest them in autocracy light? Can I simply begin to erode voting rights? Like, what if we go to wealth voting, then oligarchy, then autocracy? We'll do it like baby steps, you know, like a little bit so that they don't notice that their rights are being taken away. I think that works. I think that'll work out. Democratic backsliding, let's go. All for the sake of having a cool name and flag. Uh-oh. We have a front that's not working. Oh, that's the Siam thing. Okay, that's cool. Okay, so in theory, Austria is being super blockaded. Not just Austria, actually. Like, half of the Papal States are being blockaded. In theory. Yeah, there we go. I feel like we're making approximately 0 progress here. Here we go, look at that. Actual investment in my country. In this economy. Land voting was better, I think? You think? What would land voting really do for me? Give more to the aristocrats, capitalists, clergymen, and officers, but less to the capitalists. Well, this is basically... Let me think about that. Because, like, oligarchy, I can't imagine why the industrialists would dislike oligarchy. They're a big fan of it because they have a bunch of money, so they're cool. Also, yeah, we're crushing it over here in the Finnish front. 2% attrition. Oh, that's because we won this little thing here. I actually should have asked for that. I don't know why I didn't. Well, actually, I guess Sardinia Piedmont is a subject. That's why I didn't ask for it. Free subject, we love those. Yeah, me when stagnating GDP, that's really lovely. That's really cool. That's really cool. Hey, at the very least, it means that the capitalists are investing so much. No, actually, it doesn't mean anything good. I tried to think of like a bright side to that. No, it just kind of sucks. Radical movement. I think they should be less attractive. I think you should be less radical. How much support is that? 6%? I think we should reduce their support. I think, in fact, we should pass censorship and begin to repress them. Let's see. Do I need to collect these taxes? Ooh, yep, I need those taxes. How about we... get rid of that. Liberal movement. I feel like I'm going to have to suppress the movement for a bit. Or not the liberal movement, the radical movement. I did finish my mandates. Eventually we'll swap out advanced research because we will literally just reach the end of research. Which faction are you trying to please? Right now, what I'm trying to do is actually slide back into autocracy because it gives me a cool flag and name. So basically, we just have to make sure that we don't get too much opposition as we do some democratic backsliding. Okay, I have an idea. which may or may not work. No, I think it'll work. Maybe. When they're not in battle. They just started a new battle. Never mind. Never mind. Improve fertilizers. Domestic. We want better fertilizer. And that. And this. And that. And that. And you know what? We can do that too. More battles, please. You guys can win that, right? What do you mean, no? Just move your army to the border. What are you doing? They're using this as an opportunity to break free. Get them. No workers' rights. We could probably do free trade at some point. Probably, maybe, but maybe not right now. I feel like this is not exactly a free trade moment. We're gonna say no to that right now, maybe. As someone with a lot of time in EU4, how easy would Vic 3 be to pick up? How is the learning curve? It's a completely different game than EU4. Like in every possible aspect that I can think of. Except, well, that's pretty accurate. That's mostly accurate, yeah. When will you be underwater? Always. Because my fit is always drippy. Yeah, except that it takes place on the same planet as EU4, that's true. Any pro-autocracy agitators? I mean, we did have one, a rural folk guy that we put in charge of the rural folk. So he's authoritarian. Anyway, yeah, really upset that my subjects are, for some reason, brain dead and don't want to help out in this. Like, not even the Dutch East Indies, and nobody wants to help out in the war. Like, I don't think I can fix this in time, chat. Like, I think the AI is brain dead. I think it's literally broken. What am I supposed to do about this? They're not going to get there fast enough. My subjects are supposed to be the ones going over there and fixing this. Why are you not moving? Man, Victoria 3 is such a frustrating game. Trusting AI was your mistake? I think my first mistake was actually going to Steam and then clicking on Victoria 3 and pressing the launch button. Anyway, do we hate the French? I don't remember. The French hate us. That's pretty true. But they are conciliatory. I think they hate us because we decided to invade Belgium. And I don't remember if we beat France's butt. Oh, we did kick their butt. I remember that now. Okay, okay. They're conciliatory, though. You know what? Maybe I don't care. Maybe we have Walloon as a primary culture, meaning that we should simply invade France. Yeah, if I lose Siam over this, I'm gonna be extraordinarily upset. This has to be the dumbest possible way to lose a colony. They just don't try to put down the revolt, that's it. They're just not even trying. Please, do something. Oh, now you're gonna do something. Oh, never mind, guys. False alarm. For some reason, I thought they were gonna move the army to the front line. No, they just had to move it out of the way. My apologies. Okay, let's go and actually do something now. God, that's so stupid. Alright, let's see if we can get someone out of the war. Because we're looking to... I mean, who can we even kick out of here? Russia? Oh, we can actually invade Russia for sure. Hold on. Because your capital's right there. Aren't you pillage? You are pillage. Go, pillage. Pillage the colony? You're actually real for that, true. You will be giving Siam back to me. Also, uh-oh. Rutrow. Having a bit of an issue there, Britain. That's really unfortunate. Gosh, it would be such a shame if I reneged on our agreement and broke the alliance. Actually, no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. They're cooked. The revolt's not gonna go anywhere. Okay, you guys actually have investment now, which means we're gonna go and build up a lot more construction. Like a lot of construction. Let's just go ahead and do that. Why do we have removed construction? Oh, because the trade unions. Something about not liking authoritarianism? I don't know. I don't know, weird stuff. I love the game, but the frustrating parts are hard to ignore. Yeah. See, like, I might be the #1 Victoria 3 coper. Where since day one, I've been like, man, this game actually has potential. I should continue to play it because one day it's gonna be good and it's gonna be fun to play, and I don't want to be completely in the dark when that day comes. I want to at least kind of know how to play it. That kind of thing. And this update's been really, really good, actually. I mean, hey, it brought Victoria 3 to mostly positive on Steam for the first time ever. And the actual DLC itself has, like, what, like a 94% positive review or something like that? Like, it's really good. It's just, there are so many problems still. And yeah, it does get a little bit tedious. Little side note here, but I'm actually shocked that we are completely winning this war. Oh, they invaded Tuscany, no. They killed my boy. I have Haiti as a subject? I don't even remember when I did that. Okay, I'm trying to see if I can get Westphalia. They don't really like me too much. That's fine, just give them some time. Help free Finland? I mean, we're doing work. No Belgium SAG? What do you mean? It's right here. There's simply an incorporated territory of the United Netherlands. Not a territory, it's just like, they're more like a province, I guess. The United Provinces of the Netherlands or something like that. We can definitely take that, that's cool. Russia's fighting Austria, are they? Oh, they are. Well, not yet. They're about to fight each other. Dude, I'm gonna be honest, Prussia is giga cooked. Oh no. Oh no. I really don't want a super Germany on my border, I'm not gonna lie. Uh-oh. No, that's Flanders and I forgot the other name. Flanders and Wallonia. That's true. Belgium, never heard of it. Those are simply the provinces of Flanders and Wallonia. Super Germany's inevitable? No, please. Please, I have so much to live for. I can't afford a super Germany on my border. Especially not while I'm invading Germany. The GDP's been horrendous. It's actually over. It's cooked. How are we doing with investment? Oh god, we need so much more investment. Too much money. My stack's too fat. My wallet too thick. Woe is me. Be the Super Germany? I think I can create a Super Germany subject in theory. Like, the way that would work is I keep on inviting countries into my power block, and then I keep on subjugating them, right? And then eventually I just go ahead and press Confederation of the Rhine, which will turn all of my German subjects into one German subject. I can't believe it's actually working. I also forgot that the primary war goal is... It's actually the Papal States. I think I should do something about that. I keep fighting Austria when we don't need to do that. Also, who are you and why am I fighting you? Who is this? Baden? Why? Did someone enforce your... Someone do something? Austria versus Austria. You weren't in this war. How did you join this war? Whatever. Is bro cooking? It might be a little burnt right now. I don't know. Everyone is refusing to enact extraction economy. What's the point of having a subject if they're not going to do your bidding? Please enact the extraction economy. You can't? Because you're cringe? That sucks. Okay, let's go ahead and get ourselves... Honestly, I would like to gun for analytical philosophy. It would simply take ages to get there, but once we do, that is infinite research for the rest of all time. That is giga research. We're already way above our cap in terms of innovation, which is helping us to get more, right? We have 46 additional weekly spread from our unspent innovation. Actually, the question at that point becomes, am I even getting a lot of spread from things? At some point, we're just going to outpace everyone in terms of research. Also, that's 6 years for analytical philosophy. I mean, it's probably worth it, but I kind of want malaria prevention and corporate charters, I think. That'll give me another company, and that'll allow me to colonize better. Why are the French migrating to the Netherlands? They don't want to be French. They'd rather move to Wallonia. Are they moving to Wallonia? I don't even think they are. They're not even moving to Wallonia, they're moving to Hadra. That's funny. Whoosh. We need to make sure that they don't agree to peace. The intelligentsia. Ooh, I do like the propagandists. We'll reduce the enactment time instead. Oh yeah, Suez Canal, please? Please? No? Any day now. Any day now, guys. Okay, what if I incorporate it? Oop, never mind, that's not happening. Any day now, guys. That would be really cool if we could do that, I think. Okay, how's the investment? We still have too much investment. Okay, we're going to go on Giga building mode. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Okay. Surely this has to be enough building. This has to be enough construction. Oh, actually, you know what I should do with these guys? When I get the chance in about 5 to 7 days? You actually conquered Lombardy? Dude, that's impressive. Even more impressive because you're my subjects. That's actually my Lombardy. Making too much money, you don't know who I am anymore. True. My stack's simply too fat. You shouldn't get both companies. They invest in the same sector, so they'll be unprofitable. Okay, but consider... What if I'm goated? And what if it works anyway? Hold on, how does this even work, prosperity? Depends on their productivity and number of employed building levels, among other factors, when a company reaches 100%. Okay. So basically... So basically, why would that affect anything? Even if they invest in the same sectors, like how do they both become unprofitable at that point? How does that work? Ooh, also, I should not be exporting stuff like iron, I don't think. Iron is 19% cheaper. Wait, iron on the world market is so incredibly cheap. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, no, I don't think we should be exporting to the world market as much. In fact, I think I'm willing to put some tariffs on that. We want cheap coal, cheap iron, and cheap steel. So we want to put export tariffs on industrial goods, I think? Maybe? We would prefer not to export. Oh yeah, also, right, we have to go to war and, no, not go to war, but... have to do this. Please let me invade, thank you. Because if we can actually get Italian leadership, that would be massive. Well, not, you know, not us, but our subject. Yeah, credit the industrialists, that's cool. Please don't sign a white piece. Please don't sign a white piece, because we want to take this. There we go. That should be everything we need then, right? Perfect. So my subject will become the leader of the Italian unification. However, they are a subject, which makes me wonder if they can even form Italy. I don't think they can. Italian leadership for Sardinia, Piedmont. Accept. Excellent. Okay, so now they are our protectorate. They may or may not try to form Italy. I don't think they will, but we'll see. I would like to begin reducing the autonomy of some subjects, but that's mostly... Honestly, it's mostly Westphalia. I just want to integrate Westphalia. But what else could I do? Try to bring Sweden in here. Not part of any bloc, it says. What would be the funniest thing to do right now, chat? I should turn Japan into a protectorate. Absolutely. Well, no, in reality what I should do... Are you rivaling me? Oh, you're so cringe, man. Okay. What I should do is actually invade France. I'm fiending for that French Low Countries. 2.7 million people? Got a ton of coal in it? I should invade France. The problem is that that costs a lot of infamy. Until we get multilateral alliances, that gives us minus 25%. So maybe we don't invade France yet. Maybe we... I don't know, I should make more colonies. We love colonies. The private sector also loves our colonies. Maybe I should have fewer colonies, because I look over to the private sector and 90% of it is stuff being built in the colonies and subjects. Maybe that's actually not ideal, if you can imagine that. Take back all of our colonies like Ceylon, Formosa, Ejima, New Amsterdam, New Holland, both Australia and Brazil. Okay, it's gonna be tough for us to take Australia. What about the Cape Colony? Oh yeah, you know what? I should go and re-establish our colony in South Africa. Even though it's not re-established, it's more like we're just going to incorporate the Boers. Because there's no way I'm going to take Cape Colony from Britain. Not right now, at least. But yeah, I should do this. Portugal wants to help. Please do, it would be very funny. First I'm going to allow my infamy to go down. Give myself a slight cooldown on that. Money's looking fine. Investment pool is fine for the time being. I actually have too much money in terms of my budget. I should be spending that on... Yes, I don't know what. The Army and the Navy, that's what I should be spending that on. There's no such thing as having too much money when the British have a stronger Navy than you do. Is the treaty port location in Japan the same place as the Ejima? I think the treaty port location in Japan depends on where you ask the treaty port to be. So like if you ask for one in Kyushu, it'll give you one somewhere around here. Usually. One in Kyushu then? Okay, but consider the following. We simply take all of Japan. That way we cannot possibly miss Dejima, if you think about it. But first, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and upgrade the army. I think this was only ever meant to be an army for the colonies. I'm gonna move you back over, and then we're going to move this guy back home. With all of the conscripts, actually. Okay, let's build 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That'll be 45. Eight, and then we'll just start with a few cavalry in the Rhineland. That is incorporated, nice. Do we need more building? We need more building, but the private sector doesn't really need more building. In that case, we're gonna have more building. One, two, three, four, five, nice. Denmark is going in on Sweden apparently, or they plan to. What? I think that's actually Sweden going in on Denmark. And they might be getting Britain on their side. That's a little bit of a weird one then, actually. Hold on, so who started this war? Initiator, Sweden. So it's Sweden going in on Denmark. Really interesting play, because Denmark is in the Russian faction. But we're not seeing Russia get involved. They just don't care. Interesting. What if I go to Sweden or Denmark and offer them something? Become a subject, you say? Well, when you put it that way... When you put it that way, I mean, who could possibly refuse such an offer? I mean, a free subject? For such a poor soul? How could I possibly refuse country in need? Oh, hold on. That's just Spain, eh? They're not gonna call Britain into this. That would be really, really funny. Please don't do it. Please don't do it. You own the Baltic at this point? No, I still need the Baltic governance in Prussia. I don't even know if I'll ever get around to Prussia. Probably not. Anyway, army here. Second army here. Okay, the private pool is actually doing something now. Let's go. Surprisingly, they still need more money. No, they don't. Never mind. They're only using about half of the construction queue. Where's my navy? Here we go. Spain. I think we're just going to blockade Spain. Spanish shipping lanes, 1.8 thousand. Actually, no Spanish shipping lanes there. Okay, so we'll go ahead and blockade this part of Spain then. How is Finland even useful? They have a lot of wood. It's just funny. That's also true. Yeah, don't diss the Finns like this. They're really good at producing wood. And that's really mostly what they've got going for them. That's kind of the reason we have them. They exist so that I don't have to import wood. We're still importing wood. But at the very least, we're getting some, in theory, from Finland. Let me see here, actually. Where do we get most of our wood? We're getting some, kind of, from Finland. Sort of, a little bit. But basically, because we produce a ton of furniture... Like, we produce 8,000 furniture. Mexico, our subject, also produces 3.6 thousand furniture. So to produce as much furniture, we need a lot of wood. And so we're getting a lot of that wood from Finland. Well, in theory, we're going to get more of that wood from Finland. So where is this army? In the Congo? Don't do that. Sweden would have a lot of wood too? True. That's why we're going to support the Danish claim to leadership. Also, Roman Republic, okay. And then we're going to try and... I don't know if we can even get them to form Scandinavia. I feel like we can't. I don't think we can get Sardinia to form Italy. I don't think we can get Denmark to form Scandinavia. Unless, what if I conquer stuff and hand it over to Sardinia, Piedmont? Then at that point, I guess they could form Italy, couldn't they? But that's a lot of effort. A lot of infamy. You could try to force radicals in Italian states as well. I mean, it's true. Like, the Roman Republic, I feel, was probably a result of that. But even then, like, how do I make the unification happen? In theory, Sardinia-Piedmont has Italian leadership. Unfortunately, they're also a subject, meaning they're not a major power, and thus can't actually lead, I don't think. I don't know how it works. No Suez Canal, let's go. Okay, what else can I do at this point? All of these companies kind of suck. Could get the construction one at some point, actually. Oh, no, hold on. At some point we want the one company that gives us the oil thing, right? Oh, God. Oh, no. The Congo company. 20% rubber industry employee mortality. Oh, God. This is the one we want, though. We want the petroleum company, I think. Well, that one only gives you colony growth speed. It kind of sucks. Where's the one that gives me my... migration attraction? Isn't that one better? Oh, that's just the regular one, man. Because I feel at that point we're going to be done with colonies. Would Scandinavia be easier? You have Finland and Denmark, so you'd be in... So in theory, you would get the Nordics. I mean, maybe. Mayhaps. That's cool, I guess. Who knew it would take so long to do some democratic backsliding? Should be instant. Just throw the book at the courts. Easy. Privatizing, that's cool. I wish you would do less privatization and more building things, though. Oh, because Denmark was just added to the power block, so they just bought up everything in Denmark. That makes sense. Yeah, no, that makes sense, actually. What did we just buy? We just purchased 8% of the Danish economy in the last couple of days. That's neat. Okay, so Sweden's cooked. That's good. 7 infamy. Oh, there we go. Let's go. We love democratic backsliding. Okay, next. You're telling me people aren't hip with the autocracy? What do you mean? They aren't down with autocracy? Can't imagine why. Oh, it's because if you get like one thing that they like, then they don't support any of the other things. I forgot that was a feature. Yeah, okay. Like, the industrialists are satisfied with wealth voting, so they aren't going to support further backsliding. Right. That's a thing I kind of forgot about. Well... darn, that's not good. Okay, so basically you have to go to, like, universal suffrage and then immediately to autocracy. I didn't even realize that. That's kind of embarrassing. Okay, so maybe we go to census suffrage and then we try to figure that out again. Okay, yeah, we're kind of flip-flopping between these. My bad. Oh, actually, yes, we should build a lot of power block statues because that reduces the authority cost. Putting these things down. Speaking of which, what do you make? Furniture? Hell yeah. Political instability, let's go. We don't need political stability, we simply need the number to go up. That's it, actually. Also, Philippines. I mean... oh yeah, we're on Denmark's side. I was confused for a second, I'm like, what? Okay, yeah. Okay, so Denmark is a subject. They also get Scandinavian leadership. You a subject? You are a protectorate of Sweden. That's pretty cringe. Okay, so I don't know what's going to happen with Denmark at this point. All I know is that we get a free subject. And we love free subjects. Now, let's get an expensive subject. But how expensive? Well, the Danish here, Danish to go. Get it? It's like Danish Togo. Get it? Good meme. I'm actually surprised I clicked on that the first time. I didn't even know that was Togo. Okay, so if we're not gonna get the company that I want to get, the Suez Canal Company, because they're just never going to hire anybody. 0 people fulfill the requirements in Dutch Sinai. Actually, you know what? Let's just move people to Dutch Sinai. Exploiting the Amazon. Oh yeah, I do have Dutch Guyana, don't I? If we can get people to move here, then in theory we can get people to work in the canal. Maybe. Possibly. Anyway, we have upgraded the army to be stronger than the French one, I think. Oh, wow, that's a lot stronger than the French one. These guys suck. Point at them and laugh. I really want to take the French Low Countries. But it's too expensive. It's 28 infamy. Could I instead ask you, kind sir, could I ask you to transfer me French Senegal? Actually, chat, how does this work? If I have like 2 Senegalese subjects, can I push them together into one? I assume I'd be able to do that. No idea? That's fair. That's pretty fair. At least one... Hold on. Oh, okay, if we have more than one colonial subject in the strategic region, then yes. That makes sense. Okay, so yes, we can do that. Maybe I should just expand the colonies further. I keep saying that, and then I keep saying like, oh, it's a terrible idea. But then, there are no better ideas. They're all bad ideas. I'm the ideas guy, but all of them are bad. We should invade Sokoto, I think. Only 39 infamy to conquer all of Sokoto? That's kind of huge, actually. That's... How many people is that? That's gotta be like 10 million. Okay, maybe not 10. No, maybe it is 10 million. It's quite a lot, actually. Hold on. That's 2, 3, 4, 5 and a half. 6, 7... It's like 8 million people. That's pretty solid. I think we could definitely invade Sokoto. We do, in fact, have a very tiny port right here. And so we can use that to, like... Well, I mean, it's also connected up here, but, you know. Less infamy to take the Low Countries? It is. But it's also more people to exploit. We love exploitation. I vote for big colonies. Think about it this way. If we conquer Sokoto and create a new colony, then that new colony is going to be... well, frankly, it's going to be kind of racist. And apparently that's meta in Victoria 3, because you get to pay people less. So in that respect, if you think about it like that, the French lowlands must be united with the rest of the lowlands. We will get around to that. That is, like, eventually we will get there. We have to go and grab multilateral alliances to give us less infamy generation, because right now we do have less infamy. It's just, it's because of our colonial institution. We have minus 20% infamy against unrecognized powers. Which means we should be gobbling up every imaginable colony right now. Look at Bolivia. Yeah, it's extremely cursed. Peru, Bolivia, but it's mostly Bolivia with a tiny bit of Peru where there shouldn't be. The things Victoria games make people say. It's simply economically viable. If you think about it. If you ignore the moral implications, it's a really good idea. We have 1 vote for big colonies. Huge. Never seen this Dutch flag. It is the United Netherlands flag, and I'm gonna be honest, it is much worse than the default one. Paradox strategy games make you evil for the duration of gameplay. That is extremely real. I don't care about the positivists. We'll go with this one. Yeah, we're flip-flopping between the voting laws. That's life. This is specifically the kingdom flag. We are indeed the Kingdom of the United Netherlands. The United Kingdom of the Netherlands. There we go, we fixed malaria. We did it, guys. Malaria's gone. We should be able to colonize pretty much anything here now. We're just gonna wait until... Ooh. Don't like you going after Bornu. That's Benin, not Bornu. Okay, quick, we need to grab all of Sokoto. I will declare my neutrality here because I don't care. Quick. Nobody's gonna side against me. That is really good, thank you. That's cool. Are we making any progress over here at all with the canal? Nope. I think we got 1 person to be employed in the canal. So basically, I think it's cooked. We're never going to get that canal company. That's life. Let's just go ahead and do literally anything else. Let's build... I don't know what I want to build. A textile company actually would not be a horrible idea. It is one of those, like, staple industrial things. Producing a ton of clothing. It's also the most... Okay, it's not the most expensive thing. For some reason, people love meat. Do we have an obsession with meat right now? Why are people buying so much? No obsessions with the Dutch culture. What about Flemish? No. Wallonian? No. North German? No. French? Well, they have a wine. They always have wine. What about textiles? I mean, it is a pretty solid one. How many more companies do we get? We get this one company, and then we get corporate governance, and then we get macroeconomics. Okay, yeah, we can actually go with this one. We can go with the Fabric Guild. Over here. Corporate state law, that's pretty true. Yeah, we'll go with that. I love prestige goods. Honestly, one of the best things ever added to this game. I think 1.9 increased pop desire for meat. They definitely did do that, that's true. We have the power block thing for companies? Yes. Yeah, we got companies here. Companies are crazy powerful. In a way that I feel like they should not nerf because it's a lot of fun. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have absolutely zero socialism in my Netherlands. Because we're doing turbo capitalism. If you can't achieve autocracy, maybe do the next most evil thing, corporate state Netherlands. That's pretty true. We could do that. Because, yeah, even if we go... Well, if we go corporate state, that means we can't become Burgundy. So you have to be a monarchy with autocracy. Oh, dude, every other party just folded. It's just the Liberal Party now. It's really hard to try and become more evil when you don't have parties supporting your evilness. They all want freedom and liberty and boring stuff like that. Where's your thirst for conquest and suppression? Sometimes I don't get this game. My conservative party is becoming massively popular, holding 30% of the clout in a council republic with a moderate leader on the petit bourgeoisie. Sometimes... Maybe, have you considered they were just bored, maybe? Have you considered maybe they're deciding to support reactionary stuff because they have too much free time? I don't know. What I've noticed is that poor pops will buy up whatever food source is the cheapest. Every time I had a hot demand for meat, the price of grain was pretty much equal to it. I mean, grain is like a normal price for us. Fruit is like a normal price. The groceries are a normal price. Actually, we should encourage a reduction in the price of groceries. That would be a really good idea. Hi Lolang. So you're forming the EU from famous Hoi 4 mod to The Fire Rises. I'm gonna be honest, I've never played that mod. I don't know what it's about. Mission to Africa. I mean, we honestly don't care that much. But sure, whatever. Let's go! Prestige tools. That's going to be a massive boost to the old GDP right there. Boom. Instant leap. That's like a throughput buff on pretty much everything. Okay, our own GDP is starting to go up again. We're no longer stagnating, which is nice. In fact, we're coming for that #2 spot. We've already surpassed Russia ourselves. And the whole power block, what do we have? 200? Ooh, we almost have more GDP in our power block than the British do. Now that is lovely to see. Not too bad. Hi, Hannibal. Hold on, let me also, oh, never mind, it's already applied, that's good. Also gives you army offense, does it? It does give me army offense, true. Also, I want maximum, what do you call it? Maximum influence. Am I trying to be friendly with the Confederates? I think so, because I'm trying to, like, buy a bunch of cloth from them. Russia, I mean, Russia doesn't really like me. Do I just rival them? Maybe. Actually, what am I doing? I just need to not improve relations with France. We hate those guys. Boom, all of Sokoto absorbed. We shall establish our colony. And it's going to be, of course, a company. Do these other things actually matter at all? Does anybody ever take these? Protestant missions to uplift the local populace. Conversion and education. Colonial extraction. Oh. Ooh. Well, they both do colonial extraction, actually. This is just colonial settlement. But does anybody ever take this option? I feel like it's always better to take the top option. I don't know. Anyway, I guess if you, I don't know, conquer like Cape Colony and you have a total of maybe 1 million, maybe 2.5 million people there, then like, yeah, you send people to settle? Yeah. Because at least over here, we know we have actually like 10 million people in this colony, so. Anyway, let's improve relations with our subject. We'll let that infamy start to tick down a little bit. But basically, our power block now adds another little bit to the total GDP. And I think I'd like to build a larger navy again. Or upgrade all of my monitors to torpedo boats. Yeah, let's do that. And then we're going to build more torpedo boats. We're going to get like 20 more, and then we're going to build like 10 more ironclads. Look at that. Yeah, choosing to stop investing in other countries was one of the best decisions I have ever made. That was genuinely a horrible idea. Oh my god, the Romans are big. God damn. I don't know how they did this, actually. How did you accomplish that? Oh, and they're in the French faction. No, I wanted a united Italy to be in my faction. Shoot. The Romans are actually back. And they're in the wrong faction. Well, no, hold on. We can salvage this. We actually can salvage this. This is incredibly easy. We're gonna pry them away from the French. Like, realistically, they don't have that much. Let me go ahead and draft some negotiations with the Romans. What if I guarantee your independence? Can we get a power block embassy? And you know what? I do want investment rights, but just for you, because we're cool like that. We should do this, and then I will give you... You don't want anything, okay. Obligation? Maybe? What can I give them that they want? They want investment rights. I mean... Fine. I guess we could do that. Fine. How bad could that possibly be, right? It's not like they're insanely huge or anything. 18.5 million GDP. I think I can live with that. So the idea is that we eventually invest enough in the Roman Republic that they leave the Council of Nations and join the Alliance of Hague. The Alliance of the Hague. In theory. I think we can also expand more everything right now. Radical movement? I actually don't want the radical movement to gain more support. But I think we can expand this again, so we're gonna build like 10 more construction sectors. Because we can be spending a lot more money. Sometimes I get events making the clergy mad, but they've been at 0% for a while due to the state atheism. The game is not fully prepared for the idea that you're just gonna, like, entirely suppress factions down to 0 power. They don't know what to do with that. Colonization of Gabon is complete. I think we would like to continue our colonization here. Oh, there's a whole thing for Egypt? Hold on. If Egypt is less than an unrecognized major power and they owe me an obligation, can I just move in to take Egypt? Is that what that implies? I think that we should liberate Sudan from Egypt. They are perfectly content being in the country of Egypt, but I beg to differ. Because I want Egypt. You could get Alaska theoretically? No, I don't think so. I looked at it and it said like any Dutch state in the Pacific coast needs to be a homeland of a primary culture of the United Netherlands. So like that's just not a thing we can do. Okay, well, we're gonna wait to do anything with anybody right now. But in theory, who are you friends with? Here's a better question. Who would stop me? Nobody would really stop me if I did anything to Egypt. I might do something to Egypt. But to actually get through Egypt, I might also want to potentially maybe just take all of Ethiopia. Maybe. I also have a lot more authority now. I think I'd like to probably start boosting some things. Actually, you don't make enough for that to be worth it. Let's go ahead and build some increased construction speed. Oh, hello. Okay. Rest in peace, the British Raj. It is Jover. Not even a unified India. Like, they're just... Dude. This is so free. Oh my god. It's been gifted to me on a silver platter. Nothing has ever been this free. I need to take India. Minus 20% infamy time. It's free real estate. Ooh, that's gonna be mine. 7 infamy? Ooh, that's gonna be mine. Okay, who am I invading first? I think I should wait for the Indian uprising to finish whatever they're doing. Because then maybe I can just take India. They should spit themselves back out as India. Oh, they're losing though. Hold on. How are they losing? What happened? Annex the Indian uprising, annex Bengal? How are you getting cooked like this, man? What? 9 units. What do you have? 150 units. How are you getting cooked like this? That's really embarrassing. Okay, we have census suffrage again. Now we would like to see if we can go all the way back to autocracy, but the answer appears to be no, and it will start a civil war if we try. That sucks. Unless we can get the intelligentsia behind it. Are there any intelligentsia who would support that? Yes, actually. We can wait about a year and then invite Manfred Schäfke. Make him the leader of the intelligentsia, if that's possible. The industrialists are also not a huge fan. That's because, well, this guy's a market liberal. He's not like a liberal. He doesn't really care that much. Bengal has British support? I didn't even notice that. Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, that's pretty fair. Alright, Britain. What is this? We still have our Declaration of Canterbury, so what could this possibly be? Mutual investment rights. I think I'm actually going to have to decline this one, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to say no to that. Because one, I don't really want British industries setting up shop here. Well, to be fair, they've already done that. There's nothing I can really do about these regional headquarters. Because I am on laissez-faire. Don't I also have regional headquarters in Britain? I should. I should of course have some at least because of what it called, the thing, the furniture shop. We should own things in Britain. I think. In theory. I don't know if it shows you where the regional headquarters are, but we should definitely have at least some in Britain. Somewhere, probably, maybe. Unless I didn't let you do that. No, I did let you do that. I don't know then. Ooh, also, I kind of forgot a little bit. But I think these guys should be granted cotton industry rights. Cotton and maybe silk. Oh, you can only give them one. Okay, cotton makes sense. And then investment rights. See, the great thing about creating regional company headquarters is that they actually siphon things from the country that they're in. So, like, they will start using their own investment pool from, like, Mexico, for example. This will use the Mexican investment pool to build iron and stuff in Mexico. And then a bunch of those dividends actually go back to my country. Speaking of investment, I don't know if I want Egypt to like me, actually. But I especially don't want to upset the industrialists, so that's fine. Don't forget Burma and their opium farms. That's true. Oh, dude, the whole area is completely open. It's never been more free, literally ever. They might as well set up a whole sign that's like, free India. Please come. Please take all the stuff here. That's a massive, massive Bengal. But you are still friends with the British. But the British like me more. You aren't recognized, eh? Oh, they are recognized. That's incredibly cursed. Bengal is recognized. Ooh. Yikes. Free India, but not free as in free. Yeah. Could I, in theory, set up my own colonial company in India? Actually, first, I want to see something. Why can't I annex you? You're a subject. That's a subject button. Oops. Okay, nope. Hold on. Oh, because you are a subject, but of Qing. That's really cursed, actually. You know, I've been thinking about Qing. I've been thinking imperialist thoughts about Qing. And about how I should give Western Guangdong to Dai Nam. That's what I've been thinking about. After all, I mean, Vietnamese is Sinosphere and Southeast Asian heritage, so if I gave them... If they gave them stuff in China, I mean... Who took a treaty port in Korea? Probably France, they do that. Yeah. Think you should make Indians protectorates, not annex them? All of them as protectorates? That seems extremely cursed. Like, personally, I think it would be really cool if I could just create my own Dutch Raj. But for some reason, people wouldn't like that. I can't imagine why. Unfortunately, you can't. That's simply because Victoria 3 is an inferior game. I think that's why. Anyway. Yeah, we can make them into protectorates, I guess. The problem with making them into protectorates is that if I want to make them into puppets, I have to click the button, and every time I do that, every subject known to this planet gains 10 billion liberty desire. So, if I try to do literally anything in India, everyone hates me. All of my subjects think that I'm the spawn of Satan, if I do that. You can, there are some parts that can be colonized. Oh my god, you're actually right. That is actually incredibly cursed, but that is true. Unfortunately, a banger. That's completely correct. 100% correct. We actually can colonize. I don't think we can create a subject, though. That's the problem. We can't create, like, a colonial subject the same way that we can in Africa. Which I think is a gross oversight. I think if somebody else decides to start creating Indian colonies after the Raj collapses, then I should be allowed to create a new company in there. You can release the company as a country? That can't be real. Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah, never mind. I know exactly what you're talking about. You're right. You're actually correct about that. We can go over to, like, for example, the textile company of Holland and be like, hey, do you want to colonize this region? And then they will create a subject. Or, like, they will be a subject colonizing this area. I forgot that was a new feature. Okay, so in theory, we go into Bengal and we decide to take just this, right? 16 infamy, because they are a recognized power. That is incredibly cursed. Textile mill India. Well, it's gonna be mostly for the cotton. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Please back down. Qing might get involved? Please do, in fact, get involved. That would not only be extremely funny, but very useful, in fact. Bengal declares rivalry? That's cool, I don't care. Okay, I do want to do a little bit more building. That's a lot of tobacco. What do I want to build? I just increased the navy size. How strong is the navy? 5930? What about the British Navy? 13,500. Sheesh. 286 ships. I need to build more ships. Time to enter into a naval arms race with Britain. Surely that will go very well, I think. What is this? You get a claim on Namakwa land? I don't care if you get a claim on it. Okay, where's my front line? I don't have one, of course I wouldn't. Yeah, okay, never mind. What if I just call Britain in on a, not an obligation, on an alliance? And what if I actually humiliate Bengal so that they can't stop me in the rest of India? And what if, hypothetically, what if I force you to release absolutely nothing, because there's nothing we can do here? I wish I had my Balkanize India again button. All this stuff is like super expensive. Singapore? I would love to take Singapore, actually. For 8 infamy, it's not even worth it, but it would be funny. Okay, we're just gonna liberate a couple of countries because we can. And hopefully they'll back down, actually. So, please liberate, thank you. I don't care about most of these countries, I just want them to back down. Right, Qing, you exist. I sometimes forget about that. Remember when I just said, like, oh, it would be useful if Qing joined, and then I wasted all of my maneuvers? Remember that, chat? I remember that. Okay, we're gonna take Lanfang. Because it's pretty cheap. There are probably like 7 people in Lanfang. 66,000, that's surprising. Okay, where's my army? This one. Let me actually get a second army over here. And my navy. It sucks because if I'm gonna go to war with Qing, I think I'd prefer it to be over something that I actually care about, but I guess it is what it is. Like, for example, Burma, I would love for them to actually give me that subject, but I just wasted, completely squandered all of my maneuvers. Okay, how are we doing in private sector? Getting some money, not enough to construct everything. Okay, let's build something that we don't really need. Or rather, something that the companies can't really build. What are we doing here? Corporate governance. Ooh. Okay, what do we need right now? Clothing is still expensive. The company hasn't been doing anything. Meat. We need to build 50 billion pastures. $10 quadrillion livestock ranches. I didn't realize Flanders has so much arable land. That's crazy. Flanders will become the meat production capital of the Netherlands. Congrats. Please back down. It's gonna take a while for people to get there. Please back down. Another company. Cool. International Monetary Exchange. Sure. New company. See, there's really not much that's good at this point. What do we want? Like, gourmet groceries for increased birth rate, maybe? I mean, possibly? Get a coal company? Don't we have a coal company? I don't have a coal company. Am I crazy? How have I played this long without a coal company? Okay. I mean, in theory, we should be able to build one right now. Mineral Corporation of the United Netherlands. Okay, maybe a different one. We have any other one? It doesn't really look like it. This is crazy though, by the way. 10% infamy decay? Sheesh. Okay, it looks like we have one choice for a coal company. Oh, are all of my coal companies owned by a different company? All of my coal... everything? Ah, the British company's been buying up all my coal. You fiend, you monster, that's why. That's why I have no coal company. It hasn't even crossed my mind because the British own my coal, that's so cursed. Okay, we're gonna build 5 of these, and we're gonna try to make sure that they don't immediately get bought up by the British. That's only 4, I need a 5th one. Ah, close enough. Literally throwing, that's true. Bengal backs down. Let's go. We're actually so back. Okay, we don't get what we want, which was, I don't remember the name of the thing we were gonna get. Lanfang. We don't get that, but that's fine. We do now have ourselves... well, we're gonna build some ports in here. Alrighty, we do have ourselves a piece of India, a sliver. We're going to go to our company. I think it's going to be the textile company. I think that one makes the most sense. Why'd you give him investment right? Because I do not play enough Victoria 3. Like, you ask that as if I should know better. I'm sorry, I don't sweat enough in this game to know that off the top of my head that you shouldn't give them investment rights. I thought I just want them to invest. Yeah, why don't I know better? That's true. That's true and real. Okay, please colonize Mandalay. Is that what I want? I think so. Yeah, I think that's the place we want. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead and colonize my son. They're not colonizing. Why is that? Because it's isolated from the market. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Okay, so those are gonna get built. In theory, that's private queue, right? Yes, they're building a port in Arakan. Perfect. North Germany's in a war in your game against the UK to liberate Cornwall. Honestly based. Yeah, let's make sure that the British don't immediately gobble up all of my coal mines when I make them. This has to be a frame-perfect play. Otherwise, they will be bought up by the British. Boom, okay. Coal company. Let's go. I can't believe I was actually throwing that badly the whole game. No coal company, I am a fool. The EIC gained independence or did you liberate them? They just kind of did this. I had no involvement whatsoever in this happening. But now that we're here, I mean... we're just gonna let a company colonize over here. There we go. It's the Textile Company of Holland. Oh, you know what? I should rename this to, like... not the Dutch East India Company. We already have that. The Dutch Raj just... it doesn't really seem to make sense. I don't know. It doesn't seem right. Once they're done, they're going to be a subject? Yes. The Dutch Bengali Company. We could do that. The Dutch North India Company. Perhaps. We don't need all this, actually. Use your bureaucracy? No. I don't think I will. I like taking advantage of my state construction efficiency. Okay, how's the price of meat these days? Still horrendous. That's good to know. There's no way people are actually just consuming that much meat. Like, this can't be real, man. We're producing so much meat. How do you need more than this? Why are they consuming so much? The coal? We already did the coal, didn't we? We made the company. You winning, Corbett? I mean, sort of. We have a solid GDP. It's kind of alright. We're about to surpass the British bloc in terms of GDP and then eventually prestige. If you grant them a monopoly, they should start buying back from the British. I mean, that's true. Tragically, laissez-faire. Did they change this? This used to give you a free company. I feel like they did change this. I mean, fair, because a free company is, like, way too powerful. They changed it to an extra charter since companies are so good now. Hmm. I mean, that's fair. If we can get the industrialists to, I don't know, be protectionist or something, then maybe we can think about going back to interventionism just temporarily. They did, but now there's one in corporate state. I did notice that. I played Italy not too long ago, like a full game of Italy just for fun. And I went corporate state at the end because I'd never played corporate state. And I noticed it gave me a whole company. Like, that's kind of crazy, actually. Anyway, what do I want to do? Probably build something, because we're not using any of our building. We are going to privatize a whole lot of things, actually. Like, a lot of coal is about to be privatized by the company. I guess we just kind of build more meat. That's it. I would like to bring Argentina into the block, maybe. But, like, surely Mexico, you guys can do insane amount of ranching over here in Texas. Or literally anywhere. Please produce a lot of livestock. Because we need more meat. Argentina does have some really good land for ranching, that's true. I could make them a protectorate, but I could also draft the treaty where I ask for investment rights, and I also ask for them to transfer me. Oh, never mind, you're not even, you don't have your own market, do you? British market? I hate you, Argentina. How could you do this? Build the farms in Mexico for them? I mean, yeah, I probably will. The thing is, they aren't even that profitable. We're not exporting meat, are we? That wouldn't make any sense. We are exporting meat. We should stop doing that. We should import meat and not export any. I will gatekeep the meat. Okay, do we just have like low market access somewhere? Why does the whole market have like terrible... Hold on. So your price is 22%, this is 39%. I guess it's just because... I don't know. Because we're not consuming that much in Flanders. Shift the food industry? Yeah, no, that's true. That's actually really true. That's pretty true. 85% Mappy? That's also true. Yeah, that's pretty true. We should also get vacuum packaging. And yeah, you're right. We do need to shift to food industries. Okay, Holland, you're just gonna like have fun. That's cool. Build a bunch of those. Maybe we build more in other places too. Like Flanders actually would be a great place to have these food industries. Just because we're also, you know, building a bunch of meat here. I love backseating. Build fishing or groceries instead, people will eat less meat. Sounds less profitable. I don't know. Okay, yeah, we'll shift back to speed 5. We've been doing pretty much nothing the whole campaign today. 2.5 hours, nothing happened. It's not even 1890 yet. But the GDP is still going up. It's looking really nice. Investment is completely cooked because we've created new companies that are trying to privatize everything. Speaking of companies, how are they doing? Oops, crashed the game. Just kidding. Oh, we're absolutely cooking the rest of the world. The 257,000 profit Helra Home Goods. Hanover Premium Steel with a 219,000 profit. It's weird that I always see Sweden with some of the most profitable companies in the game at any given time. I don't know why that is, but they always have insane profitability. I feel like that's because in Sweden they have like a big throughput bonus, don't they? Oh yeah. Yeah, that's pretty big. That's true. Paradox loves Sweden, that's also true. This is the saddest private construction queue I think I've ever seen. Westphalia, what did you just do? Oh, nothing. It doesn't matter because you're a protectorate. Too bad. Actually, I would like to group protectorates. Still can't even turn you into a puppet. That is so sad. Oh, because people are supporting your independence. Austria is. I think we should kill that guy. Also, you have political lobbies that don't like me. What if I simply fund lobbies? I think you should change your stance. Okay, so how are these doing so far? The new food industries. Downscaling? We love to see that. No, it should be fine. People should begin to consume more groceries every time they become slightly cheaper. So it creates like a feedback loop. The groceries become cheaper, so people buy more groceries, which raises the price of groceries, which causes the industries to employ more, and then reduces the cost of groceries. Their petite bourgeoisie gives mine throughput while their church gives company throughput? Dude, that can't be real. How do I even check that? It's real. 20% mine throughput. That is insane. 10% company throughput bonus. Okay, but that's all Protestants, isn't it? Like, we should have that, right? No, we don't have that. Wait, no, sorry. That's not the church. Okay, we also do have that. That's true. We just don't have the church in power. Sweden bias is real. It's just their petite bourgeoisie are crazy. I would take 20% mine throughput over the increased bureaucracy any day. That is actually insane. Okay, let's produce more of these food industries. Unless they're unprofitable. That does not appear profitable to me. What about this one? That does not look super profitable either. Okay, why are you not profitable? You aren't profitable because... Well, I mean, you are profitable. You're making a weekly balance of 10,000. But why aren't you hiring people is the question. Because it failed to hire. Pops haven't swapped to groceries yet. I guess it will take some time. The price of meat is going down. Ooh, transportation. We should be building a lot of transportation. Yeah, we actually have a transportation shortage here. That's expensive. That's expensive. That's expensive. That's super expensive. Oh, I'm stupid. We've had our new production method for a really long time, actually. Oops. Oops. You and I just don't upgrade production methods? I click the auto expand button on railways. That is completely fair. And honestly, I should do that. Fun Netherlands fact, it's the third biggest exporter of cheese and milk. That's a very odd Netherlands fact. Also, we don't really want foreign investment rights with Britain, actually. And we do want the labor movement to have absolutely no funding. But yeah, that's kind of a weird one. So how does that work? How do the Netherlands export so much cheese and milk? Do they have a bunch of dairy farms in the Netherlands, or do they import a ton of milk and then process it? Oh, also, I definitely want multilateral alliances. That's pretty true. I'm getting these before we finish this because the cost from being ahead of time is very negligible. Yeah, that's not that bad. Take back Formosa. There is like one slight problem with that. British treaty port in Formosa, which is extremely cursed. Actually, if I take Formosa, that should cancel the treaty, right? Because they don't have a treaty with me, and I'm gonna own the entire state. So, I mean... the Netherlands also consumes cheese the most per capita? Is that why Dutch people are so tall? They're just cheese maxing? We'll keep the port, but it won't work against the Chinese market. Well, I mean, the thing is, it is actually just a treaty. Like, a treaty port now is attached to an actual treaty. So, I mean, I guess they will keep the port, maybe? Yeah, it's the calcium from the cheese, that's true. Okay, so when do we have our truce? I don't have a truce with Qing. Oh right, they just like me, that's what's happened. Okay, the thing is, I really want to take Burma. Austria might get involved. We should destroy Austria. You know what would be really funny? What if I create a series of subjects that stretch all the way from the Mediterranean to the English Channel? This is the English Channel, up here, the North Sea. Like, what if we just whoop all the way through? I think that would be a really good idea. Close enough. Welcome back, Intermarium. Lotharingia moment. Exactly. We should be able to get Switzerland in here super easily. Oops. This is perhaps the most doable thing ever seen by mankind. I think I would actually additionally like a monopoly on... What do they have in Switzerland? Yeah, you guys have iron? Iron, lead, coal. Yeah, I'm gonna monopolize your iron. That is so free. It is, in fact, Burgundy time. Well, not really, because we can't really form Burgundy. Oh, no, we can. Hold on. Where's that intelligentsia guy? Yes. Let's get my authoritarian in charge here. Grant him leadership of the intelligentsia. We're kinda back, except for the liberal movement hating this. How can I get the liberal movement to be less cringe? Is that the liberal movement or is that the other one? Hold on. That is the liberal movement. Imagine caring about rights or something. That's pretty cringe. Yeah, there has to be some way to fix that. I'm no longer suppressing that one thing we were suppressing earlier. I don't have enough authority. Violent suppression in Dutch Sinai? Am I really doing that? Oh, I have like 1 billion things in my... Yeah, no, of course I actually did do that, because I wanted to build the canals, and then I forgot to get rid of those when I was done with the canals. Right. Okay, that makes my life a lot easier, actually. Let's go ahead and suppress the liberal movement. We are so back. We will return power to the king. This is going to be horrible for our politics, but it's very funny, so I think it's worth it. Leave the Swiss alone, they're just neutrality maxing. Not while I'm here. There will be no neutrality so long as I have an interest in... Okay, I need to build an interest in the area, but you get the gist. I don't care about New England enough. South Germany, thank you. Your Honor, it was funny, that's true. Anything is actually legally permissible if it's funny enough. They don't tell you that in law school, but that is true. Liberate Poland? I wonder why the chatter Jakub Gawronski would want us to liberate Poland. I can't imagine why that would be. If I get the chance to, maybe. Liberate England from the Irish, Scottish, and Welsh. That's a good idea. Liberate Lorraine and Burgundy from France. I actually should liberate countries from France. I should give Occitania the liberty that they deserve. Actually, that's not even a joke. There are a lot of things to gain from splitting France into pieces. I said that as a joke, but now I'm looking at it and we would easily be able to do this. Like, what's France gonna do? Look at them. They have, what is that? 5.3 thousand army projection, and I have 12.7 thousand. It would be over in an instant. It actually would be easy, and we should do it because it would be funny. Again, that's how the law works. split yourself in half now. Okay, any other subjects I would like from them? Actually, yes, a lot of their subjects, but I know that would cost me an arm and a leg, so we're not going to do that. Also, where's my navy? I kind of left it over here. Oops. Occitania always deserved independence for what the French did to them. That's true. Disclaimer, I know almost nothing about French politics. Just in case that was a political statement. Accidentally. How does Senegal cost infamy? Because they're the colony of France. Ooh, Spain also wants some liberation? Absolutely. Hold on, hold on, hold on. You guys don't understand the power that I wield. I'm gonna call Britain in. Now you feel stupid, don't you? And I can actually take French Senegalese Volta anyway? Okay, no, I'm not gonna do that. Balkanize all of Western Europe? I think I will do that. We've successfully prevented Germany from forming. We should Balkanize every other major power and make sure that nobody can do anything against me ever again. I think that's a really good idea. Okay, we're going to... yeah, maybe we will release Brittany. And we're going to release Catalonia as well. Isn't that the richest part of Spain in every playthrough? Yeah, that's a solid, like, quarter of the Spanish economy that we're about to crush. How about liberating Algeria and Brittany? That's a good idea. We could do that. Let's just count how many things we have left. So that's going to be 3 more liberations we can do. We should liberate... we should actually liberate Algeria. That's not even a joke. We should do that. Well... we're already doing enough damage to France in one run. What if we just split Spain into 3 pieces? We liberate Catalonia and Andalusia. Maybe Catalonia, Andalusia, and Algeria. So Catalonia first. Andalusia. And Algeria. They can keep Brittany for now. Okay, are people buying these yet? They are. Perfect. Let's go ahead and build another 5 in here. That's not so profitable because you're mostly exporting groceries to the rest of the market. You guys are mostly exporting groceries to the rest of the market. We should build more food industries in other places. That they all get like a decent level of local industry. You mean 4? Portugal exists? I don't think that counts as part of Spain. I mean, at one point it kinda did. A little bit. Or was that the other way around? I don't remember. At one point, Iberia was like one country very briefly, but I forget when that was and under what context. Also, my colonies are looking rather undefended. I'm sure it's fine. Spain had a personal union on Portugal? Probably. Habsburgs. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you know what? Fine, you can earn that. That's cool. Autocracy is actually progressing. This is amazing. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and blockade everything here. Huge blockade. I think my navy is about the size of the French and Spanish navies combined. It's less than 2,000. Maybe not. Okay, so it's about 6,000 versus... Oh, never mind. Yeah, I'm right. I am correct. We get new things. Do I have the oil for that, though? I feel like I don't have the oil for that. But we can start importing the oil for that, or maybe if we drive up demand, then the capitalists, in theory, should see that they can make money off of it. In theory. Theoretically. Possibly. Maybe. Did I actually build the... Hold on. Who is privatizing my food industries? Just random financial districts? Okay. So basically, I'm building things, and then the private sector is buying the stuff that I'm building with public money at a discount. I think this is a very healthy way to create an economy. Okay, we're gonna go with this. That's cool. Maybe I should have done one last thing, but this is fine. Actually, I don't want them to back down, so I'm gonna make this primary. In one fell swoop, we will dismantle Western European power. There will be no France by the time we are done. Where's my other army? Is that the one? That is the one. I'm gonna move... You're a defensive guy. I'm gonna move you here. Just in case. Do we have any defensive guys? Stalwart defender? You're gonna be on defense. Ooh, open terrain pillager? It is over for France. Now that we have General Pierre Pétion in charge, it is completely over. Should take Baku Oil as your next company. I think that requires having Baku to begin with. Hey, can you change to monarchy and oligarchy to be Burgundy? Hi, Saf. Also, we are way ahead of you. We're enacting autocracy, and we are, of course, a monarchy. And also, we're about to pillage France. And also, okay, they're destroying other navies, but not my navy, because my navy is cool, and theirs are cringe. Okay, they're actually raiding my convoys, though. Hold on. I think you should stop doing that. There will be no more convoy raiding. Okay, let's go ahead and actually give you an objective. Go straight to Paris. And you should also go straight to Paris. And you... I don't actually remember what you're doing and how you even have this front line. That is disgusting. But you're gonna go straight to Toledo. Have fun. Pillaging? Pillage your way there? Lovely. But not taking Lorraine and Burgundy while also being called Burgundy? Just give us a minute. Give us a second. This is step 1 in the plan. First, we claim the title Burgundy. And then that gives us our claim on the land of Burgundy, if you think about it. I mean, like, not really, but kind of. Use para. I don't know what the funny words mean. I should increase military wages, though. Tax on transportation? Maybe. Also, I'm just gonna suppress this movement, just in case. Paratroopers. True. Actually, what kind of fancy things do we have here? We can get, like, balloon reconnaissance. If I decide to go down that path in the military thing. For our power block. I don't like how the British are always, like, one step ahead of me in terms of their GDP and their block. We're getting really close to overtaking them both in GDP and prestige. But anyway, rip, there goes France. And we have multilateral alliances. We are so back. Next, Zeppelins for the market access price impact. I might... You know what, actually, hold on. Maybe I just speedrun analytical philosophy. I think I like that better. Because then we get infinite technology spread. And then once we've researched all of the technology, then we should be able to go to our power block and get rid of our advanced research and replace it with something else. Actually, how's our colony doing over here? Let's go, the Textile Company of Holland. We're so back. Oh my god. That is fantastic. Okay, hold on. What are the company? Let's rename this. This is gonna be the Dutch Bengal Company. Oh, we're so back. Okay. Let's see if we can give them some territory. Probably not because we're at war, but I just want to check. They are a chartered company. Dutch Bengal Company. Yeah, okay, so we can't give them anything yet, but I would like to go to the company itself and say, hey, do you want to colonize right here in Arakan? Do you know how to do that? What's this area called? They're not strategic regions, are they? No. How do I get them to colonize this? Kuki and Kuki Arakan. Assam? Is that what it's called? Is that this area? State in Tipera. State in Kuki. You're right, I think it is Arakan. Okay. Company, Dutch Bengal Company, colonize. There is no option for Arakan. Is that it? Are we cooked? They can't even colonize next to each other? It's the second lowest one. Bougainville. I feel like that's not Bougainville. Melanesian culture. I feel like that's not Bougainville. Kanak. Melanesian. Okay, new plan. Can I colonize this? Oh, Bengal maintains claims and interests in there. And we can't reach this state. Okay, I think what we need to do is just hand them this stuff when the war is done, and then we'll take a look. The war is going to be done relatively soon. We've already captured Paris. And yeah, Toledo's going to fall pretty quick. Philippines in default. Rest in peace, buddy. It's a lot of war support for a guy who's lost his capital and the northern half of his country. Successes in Borana with its policies of autocracy are being noticed. That's amazing, man. That's crazy. Okay. Well, we'll succeed in Borana, we'll succeed in the Netherlands. Where even is Borana? Oh, there... It's time for us to emulate the Ethiopian model of autocracy. We are so back. It's funny how there's an election going on because, like, it is entirely possible before the election even happens that we just have no elections. Also, we're done colonizing the Congo. Let's go ahead and colonize here and here. I'm colonizing this stuff. Oh, I completely forgot about that one slight uprising. Please go fix that, thank you. 55 days. Yeah, they're not going to get there on time. Okay, let me split off a very small navy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sure. Let that off. Explorer, sure. These guys, naval invasion. There we go. Oops. Aggressive campaigning? I mean, it doesn't really matter, does it? Actually, the intelligentsia are currently pro-autocracy. So the Liberal Party should actually get more votes, just in case, you know? Just in case. Wait, to liberate Algeria, I have to go to Algeria? Wait, no, I can just occupy Paris. What am I talking about? Okay, Occitania, Catalonia, Andalusia, Algeria. Yes, let's go. Balkanization, my favorite. That's beautiful. Okay, the only reason these guys are actually mobilized is because of this war that involves maybe 7 people total. So we're just going to demobilize those. We don't need to spend all that. What I do need to do is figure out a way to not build everything for the private sector, because I've just been building stuff and then they go ahead and decide to privatize that. which is just massively inefficient. Mostly because if they build it themselves, there's a good chance that it's going to be a company, and so a company can build much faster. In other words, we can either build up the army and the navy even more to spend more money, or I could also just reduce taxes. The army is pretty big. It's 16,000 power projection. That is... I think that's enough to fight like 2 other major powers. I think I'm doing like, you know that American doctrine where they were like, yeah, we need to have enough military capacity to fight 2 major wars at the same time? I think that's basically what we're doing right now. That's pretty much the gist. The British had the same, but for navies, I think. That would make a lot of sense. Like, the British Navy needs to be strong enough to take on the entire rest of the world's navy combined. That makes a lot of sense considering, like, the whole British Empire strategy of everything being naval. Which actually does bring me to the next point, which is that I need more ships. The problem is actually that I'm running out of space to build ships. A really solid argument for taking the French lowlands, or low countries, is that it gives me more capacity to build a larger navy. Who is this guy? Integralist. What on earth kind of ideology? Cultural exclusion, autocracy. Ooh! We do like autocracy. If he becomes a grifter, though, people won't like him. Let's do that. Hey, buddy. Is that a petit bourgeoisie integralist who supports autocracy? It's like fascism? Ah, I see. Like proto-fascism. This leader supports traditionalist Catholic values in governance and rejects conventional conservatism and parliamentarism. There's just one slight caveat. We're Protestant. So, like, good luck with that. Integralism is Spanish fascism. It would be really funny if we get the integralists in charge of the country. Well, we can't because of course we have the emperor, but Belgians would like him. That could be true, actually. That is true. The Belgians would like him. Actually, we have a lot of Catholicism in the country. Like, we're a Protestant country in theory, but we have so many Catholics that doesn't even... Like, that's not that crazy, actually. What do you think about it? In 3 years, we could get this guy in charge of the petit bourgeoisie, and then we would have infinite Burgundy support. I meant to use Spain as an example, but my wording was wrong. Yeah, Spanish fascism was integralist. Brazil was integralist in the 20th century. Interesting. Well, I mean, yeah, okay, so I know that one because of, like, Hoi 4 stuff. The Brazil integralist thing. Somebody just rang my doorbell. But I am not expecting anything. Give me one moment, chat. Never mind, we are good. Anyway, outside of technology on increasing authority, yeah. Democratic backsliding. That does it. Yeah, so if you just go over here and enact censorship, that'll give you 100 authority. If you go with outlawed dissent, that'll give you 200. Okay, but in all seriousness, actually, yeah, so if you go with vassalization with an empire power block, then you get 20 authority per subject, which is really massive. That's the non-joke answer. That's one of the best ways to do it. So, I think we're going to want to be friends with Occitania. Why does this flag look vaguely communist? Maybe it's just like the red and yellow, that could be it. I would like a power block embassy and investment rights and the trade privileges, and in exchange I will guarantee your independence for the next, let's say, 15 years. That sounds like a really good idea, I think. Also, Switzerland, how are we doing over here? Ooh, would you like to join the power block? I think you would. You should stop saying no. Why are you like this? Oh, because I'm infamous, and you don't like me very much. That's not very nice. We're cordial. What do you mean you don't like me very much? Disinterested attitude? Why, though? They really just don't care. Alright. Oh right, the war is over. So the Dutch Bengal Company, improve relations of course, we're going to grant you Arakan. There you go, guys. Is Kasai what I'm looking for? No, Kuki. What is Kasai? Oh, that's like Luba, okay. I really just can't colonize any of that stuff. That is a real shame. We can't reach this state. And we can't reach this state anymore. Even as subjects, you can't do that. I mean, I know this one's claimed by Bengal, but like this stuff up here, I don't think they are. Oh, it's all claimed by Bengal. But this wasn't claimed by Bengal. Dow and drop their claims? Ooh, that's true. That's pretty true. I should declare war to take this part of Bengal and give it to the company. Like these two parts, give them to the company. And then have the company colonize this area. Our truce is up when? "26 months. Okay, that should be long enough for us to substantially decrease our infamy. Let's not forget to also draft treaties with the new Spanish countries. I could also get monopolies, I guess. I don't know, what about like a coal monopoly? You have coal here in Andalusia? No, they do not. Okay, what about... Go with iron. They should probably accept that. Probably. Enactment of autocracy progresses by one phase. So goated. And who is this? The Emperor survives an assassination attempt. Oh, he's gonna reign for 1,000,000 years. Infinite popularity to the Emperor. Only for 5 years, though. Who cares? Infinite popularity. 3 days until the voting is done. Let's go with the Liberal Party, because they are firmly authoritarian. Boom. It actually reduced our support for autocracy. That's cool. That's really neat. You're Republican. Let's get this guy out of here. Arranging the accident. Maybe I should do that. He's going against the Emperor's will. Maybe I should enact autocracy and then have him killed. Is Bengal recognized? Yes, it will cost a lot of infamy. But consider the following. 28 million pops in Bengal. That's so many. Wait, we can't even grow cotton here? Dude, what's the point? If you can't even grow cotton here, then why are we here just to suffer? 600 banana plantations, that's true. Okay, hold on, let me just get this straight. Market. Why am I exporting so much tea? I guess we have a lot of agricultural goods from the colonies. I kind of want a slight increase on coal tariffs. I think I'd prefer that we just build coal domestically. We have a lot of coal that we could continue producing, I think. And then we'll get back to the other thing I was talking about. But basically, in terms of our potential... are you actually maxed out? No, you're not even close to maxed out. No, we could get an insane amount of additional coal. We do not need to be importing coal. I will be putting an import tariff on coal. Okay, then the other thing was cotton. Don't worry about that. Fabric, here we go. So, fabric. You're telling me that we can't produce any cotton here. Just livestock ranches. 600 livestock ranches. You can go grow drugs in the West. You can't even grow drugs here. Absolutely useless state over here. All you can do is provide a little bit of lumber and silk, maybe. Infinite rice, actually. We do need meat. I mean, we did need meat. Do we still need it? A little less so, because people are now buying more groceries. I mean, that is fair that we could just build infinite livestock ranches in that one location. That's true. The state does have a farming output bonus? Does it? Ooh. Yeah, you know what? Maybe we just create infinite livestock farming there. Yankee mass immigration. Welcome back. You couldn't tough it out in the New World, and where does that bring you? Back to me. Transfer Finland. Do you understand just how much destruction I will rain upon you, Russia? Are you stupid? Are you dumb? What do you think you're gonna do with this? I have Britain on my side. What do they think they're gonna accomplish with this? Okay, do you want to give me the Baltic governorates? I would take those. Take Baku. That's actually very real. That's actually pretty real. That's true. Yeah, that will cost them an entire Ukraine. That's true. I will be releasing Ukraine from them. Okay, what is this? No war goal against the French Republic. Who cares about the French Republic? We're not doing anything with them. Okay, so Russia. Russia, my friend. I can't even release Ukraine. Oh, I don't have the right things for that. Hold on, I need to declare my interests immediately. Get rid of this one. Get rid of that one. Get rid of this one. Here. We can get rid of our interest in Anatolia, I guess. The one in central India. Livonia. Poland. I would like one for Belarus as well. We're just gonna hold on to that for a second. North China. I guess we can get rid of the one in North China. Also, right, Switzerland doesn't want to join. Like, we could go with Arctic Russia and then give that to Finland. What do they have there in Arctic Russia? Logging? We could always use more logging. Coal, iron, barely any population. What if I enforce infinite money transfer? It spawns oil later. Release Siberia and make... Oh god. Okay, how much time do we have before... Like, we still have to pick something. How much time do we get for that? I'm hoping I can get my interests online before we're forced to take something. Could also steal Russia's entire grain supply. Yeah, so I assume most of Russia's grain comes from Ukraine. And so we're just going to release Ukraine. Yeah, that is a good part of it. Why would they try to fight me like this? They're just being annoying for no reason. Why would you do this? Okay, my interests are not online, so that kind of sucks. What can we get you to release then? Karelia? Wait, sorry, what are they asking for? Conquer Holland and Hanover. These guys are delusional. That's amazing. They went up to 88 infamy for nothing. This might be the greatest stomp of all time. They're gonna be like this war is gonna spawn its own Sabaton song with how devastating it's going to be for the Russians. Transfer the Baltics? We could transfer the Baltics. It's 22 though. That's kind of a lot. I mean, we might as well. How bad is this? It could be worse. Could be a lot worse. You know what? I'm gonna take the Baltic governance. You break the severe... Why? Oh, I guess I did just gain more infamy. That's true. They don't like me. That's pretty true. Okay, next. I can just call in Britain, can't I? See, the thing is, I don't even need to call in Britain. Liberate Greece. They're so delusional. AI is aggressive in 1.9? No, this isn't aggressive. This is suicidal. There's kind of a difference. Okay, when do I get my interests up online? Should be within a few days. Also, I need to spend more money on stuff. What can I spend money on? More ships? Mayhaps? I think I should get more ships. The chance of us having to fight Britain is not very high, but it's above 0. That's pretty much everything we can build in terms of ships, though. Yeah, I don't know how they think they're gonna conquer Poland. That is so funny, man. Let's go band for band, army for army right now. 11,000 projection. We have 16,000 projection. Navy, 2,700. We have almost 9,000 projection from Navy. I don't know who they think they're trying to convince with that. But good luck, man. I guess we could also add a consumption tax on the transportation. Well, no, we don't need more money. What can I even do right now? I guess I could continue to build a larger and larger army and then just use infinite infamy and go crazy with it. Because, like, after a certain point, once your army is so large, I mean, who's gonna stop you? That's like an EU4 snowball moment. AI does do suicidal cut-down wars, though? That is pretty true. Okay, are my interests activated? Yes, they should be. Okay, you are also... Oh, I am going to balkanize Russia. First of all, Ukraine. That's being liberated. Secondly... I mean, we could take Baku. The problem is that we have no way to get there. What if I just liberate Azerbaijan to start with? And then we'll figure it out after that. Don Cossack host? We could do that too. Poland? Transcaucasia. Am I missing something? No Transcaucasia on the list? I'm not seeing it. I'm seeing the Mountain Republic, but that's not that. Wait with Caucasia until you have pan-nationalism. Do I need to have pan-nationalism to release them? I should have pan-nationalism. Wait, what are we talking about? What exactly are we talking about here? Do they not have pan-nationalism? I can't check what technology they have. I can check their innovation, though. Garbage innovation. Maybe Russia needs it. That would be so weird, though. Okay, let's liberate other countries, then. We can liberate Poland. That's pretty easy. Pretty doable. But what purpose does Poland serve me? Nothing. Maybe Karelia. The thing is, even trying to take Kola... Actually, that's just 3. That's not too bad. Liberate Azerbaijan, then take them into the power block for their oil? That's what I'm thinking. The problem is, like, how are they going to deliver that oil to me? Ask for transit rights through Persia and Britain or something? Take Georgia and release them. Okay, we'll liberate Azerbaijan. Take Georgia. Well, it's called Tiflis, that's why. That's 26. That's kind of hefty. That's pretty expensive. I'd have to liberate Georgia instead. It's just, yeah, it's kind of an infamy problem, that's it. We can do that, though. That's pretty doable. And then East Karelia and Kola, I feel like we should take them and then give them to Finland. Because it would be funny. Start with Kola. And East Karelia. I think we'll be done after that. That's cool. Autocracy, let's go! How did this just happen? Hold on. We now have hereditary bureaucrats. Oh, wait. What just happened? Appointed, and then... hereditary, and then back to appointed? Oh, we have no elections. That's why. Oh, we're so back. Welcome back, Burgundy. That's fantastic. The world is healing. You need Burgundy, Franche-Comté, Lorraine, Alsace, and French Low Country states now? That's true. It's just, the infamy is so expensive. But I guess we're just gonna spam out another army. So let's create another one in the Rhineland. The Rhine. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Do I actually have enough arms industries for all the stuff that I'm doing? I would assume yes. I keep forgetting, but what I should do is actually subsidize arms industries. Yeah. Subsidize arms industries, artillery foundries, and munition plants. I have one munition plant? Nah, there's no way, man. Britain's offering their support in exchange for liberating Kunduz. I'm actually afraid of them backing down. I really don't want them to back down, so I'm going to decline. But now that you mention it, we might just do it anyway. Oh no, we can't. Ooh. Okay, well that's a shame. But if they back down, then this will have all been for naught. We do have a lot of authority as well. We could also go to technocracy, but then we lose the cool name, so... Let's see... Also, we should grant you leadership, because you would support everything that I support. Censorship? Huge. We love censorship. Secret police are very popular, people love that. Maybe I should go total separation. Well, we could probably do free trade, I guess. Or, you know what? We can have poor laws. That's cool. I don't think you can tariff with free trade. Yeah, instead of, I mean, we would just do subventions instead of tariffs. They really want to join in the war. They hate Russia so much. I'm sorry, Britain, but they're gonna back down if you join. I would totally let them join if it weren't for that one slight caveat. Okay, so do you have any shipping lanes whatsoever? No countries use the Black Sea as a shipping lane. Okay, Russia just doesn't have shipping lanes, I guess. I was gonna say, don't I have another navy here? Or an army? You should be here. You should never leave here. Just on top of this, could I also force them to give me money? Yes, but not that much. Why? It says I'm not allowed to because... I don't know why. I should be allowed to force them to give me 100%. Maneuvers? It says it'll cost... Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. 53 maneuvers here, But right here it says 3 maneuvers. That's why I was confused. Okay. Just a UI bug then. I mean, could I... So 15,000 is too much. But 14,999 is fine. Okay, cool. Alright, I mean, it's free, so I'm just gonna yoink. It's like stealing candy from a baby. They have like nothing. But I'm taking whatever they have anyway. I actually should spend this authority on something. So we're gonna go and build up faster building. Also, do you actually still make most of your money off of extraction? Not really. The iron is 27%, which is the largest, but then you have like services, transportation, steel, tools, porcelain, furniture, groceries. All of that is actually manufactured. Also, what do my subjects think of my aggressive expansion? They don't like it very much, but they don't think very much to begin with. Yeah, it's probably fine. Alright, I need to send my navy up into here to protect my own shipping. Sorry, what are the Malthusian arguments? What is this? Oh, it's the idea that if you give welfare to poor people, then they'll just have more kids or something, and then there'll be more poor people? Is that the argument? Okay, well, I'm looking to pass this anyway, so, we're going to... the lower strata can be a little bit upset, that's fine. That's fine. Ah, shoot, I could have gotten more maneuvers per play. Okay, well, let's build a few more of these. Very few peasants, actually, in Holland. How many unemployed people? Almost none. Maybe it's worth it at this point to start... Oh, I've already been upgrading the production methods. Oh, shoot. I was gonna say, oh, we should start, like, fixing some of the, labor production methods, but they've kind of been fixed already, except for this one. How are we doing with the railways? Expensive, of course. Yeah. Apply migration edicts. We do have a lot of migration coming in, but I guess we could have more. That is pretty true. Infinite population growth for the Netherlands. Actually, how's the population density here? Okay, it's not that crazy, to be honest. But that is 7.5 million people in Holland. I feel like our current population in the core area of the Netherlands is much higher than that of the real-life Netherlands. What is that, like 17.5 million people? How many people are there in the Netherlands? Hold on. How many people are there in the Netherlands? I could have just typed in Netherlands population. Oh wow, what do you know? It's like 17.5 million people. Oof. Rest in peace, the Russian army. Rest in pieces, actually. Things are not going very well for them. Well, they have some defense. It's not all bad. They just don't have that dog in them. That's the main difference. We do have this one random uprising. You can just deal with that. That's fine. Being honest, pop overcrowding is a fake concept in this game. That's pretty true. It's also a fake concept in real life. Just build taller. Simple. Easy solution. Population density actually isn't real if you consider that you can just build taller buildings. You can colonize more in Africa? Okay, let me check that. That is kind of fine. Let's go! Prestige good clothing. You're so back. Okay, we do have our colonies working over here, so we can set up another colony here, but it's kind of doing its thing. It's not a big deal. Oh, you know what colony I would like to set up, actually? This one. Because we don't like the British. Not enough to let them have this and then colonize further. Screw them. Okay, you're actually going to go home, though. You're not going to do anything. I don't even need my full army to take on Russia. I have 2 entire armies just hanging back. Also, I will rival you because I don't like you. It's a blockade, let's go! Oh, what do you know? Didn't even have that achievement. I feel like we could use some more convoys. Switzerland, I think you should join. Please? Please join? Okay, hold on. 40% chance. If I offer them an obligation, it adds 0 to it? That's pretty cool. Do I already owe them an obligation? Is that why? Nope. They just don't care about obligations. Okay. How are the French and Spanish doing GP-wise now? Well, France has fallen down to the 6th greatest power, and their GDP has absolutely plummeted. Oof. We sent them back to 1850 with that one. Tragic. Spain, similar thing, sending them back to 1850. They're still both great powers, though, so good for them. Man, I've always been just slightly short of overtaking the British. Oh, are these the Burgundian East Indies now? Huge. Hold on, that means we need to change the name of the company. Where's the button for that? Burgundian Bengal Company. I'm sorry, what did that say? Imperial Ethiopian Railway Company. Okay. I mean, if we create a subject in East Africa, then I guess we could actually use that. More migration. We need infinite population in the Netherlands. What are we at? 33 million incorporated population. We actually have like a larger population in France. Like in terms of our core population area. What's that notification? This one? The Burgundian East Indies want to increase their autonomy. But they're not going to do it because I say so. What are you paying me each month? Really not paying me that much. Mine is 5,000 per week. The reason they don't like me is because of my infamy, by the way. But also because I need to fund lobbies. Infamy and funding lobbies, and then it'll be solved. Why build taller buildings when you can just fit more people into a what house? Oh, a singular house? True. Real. I don't think this represents a large portion of the population, so you know what? I am going to take that top option. GDP is going to the moon. We love to see that. And yet the British are always one step ahead. I don't like that. How are you doing this? You lost India. Why are you so cringe? Also, who's investing in Britain so much? Oh my god. Sweden owns 20% of the British GDP. How did they manage that? That's why their companies are so cracked. They own a fifth of Britain. Yeah, what do you know? They own a bunch of trade centers, tooling workshops. They own every lead mine ever opened in Britain. That's cool. And a ton of the coal. They're cracked. Danelaw Inc. Real. Party like it's the 8th century. We're so back. Okay, so do we have anything that's actually expensive? Switzerland will join, thank you. But in terms of like our industrial goods, we could use more munition, I feel. I don't think we're producing enough ammunition. In fact, where am I getting most of my ammunition from? Oh, am I buying them from Britain? I should not have all my ammunition come from Britain. Let's actually add a very slight import tariff on that. I think that's a really good idea. Yeah, we're buying all of it from Britain. Let's not do that. Let's actually produce our own munitions in Belgium, in Wallonia. Okay, willing to give up yet? Ooh, that's the wrong one. Transfer to Baltic governance, all this stuff. Everything but the money transfer. Listen, man, it's not that much money. I know you're going to need it after this war, but trust me, it's not that much, it's fine. Please give up, please. Oh well, that's life. Standard of living is going kind of crazy. The French are living a miserable existence. That's what I like to see. Oh, what's up here? The Tallinn front. Sure, man. Whatever. Please give up. No? Okay. They really don't want to transfer me that money. It's only 14,500, or like 15-ish thousand. Actual pennies. Well, they get infinite suffering instead, so it's fine. Enjoy your capitulation. Alrighty, that is looking really nice. Let's go ahead and draft a few treaties. Investment rights, power block, trade privileges, guarantee your independence. We'll do that for 15 years. Lovely. Azerbaijan will do the same thing. Boom, boom, boom. Guarantee independence. 15 years. Very nice. Okay, now, if we can get Georgia and Azerbaijan in the power block, that is infinite oil for the rest of time. For Ukraine, I think we're going to do the same thing. Guarantee their independence. They want a little more than that, though, so I guess I can grant them also investment rights. No, actually, I'll give you literally anything else. You want money? I will give you 2,000 a week? Man, you guys are broke to be accepting that. That's crazy. About 1,000 a week. What if I pay you 17 cents per year? Would you accept that? Seems the answer is actually yes. Okay, so chat, do we give Burgundy to Finland or do we keep it? We might as well give it to Finland, right? Yeah, I guess we can give it to Finland. You can have East Karelia. And you can have Kola. Greater Finland has been achieved. Did we give Burgundy to Finland? Is that what I said? Well, okay. You know what I meant. Can Finland also have Estonia? Yeah, you know what? They actually could, couldn't they? We could give them Estonia, or at least Estland. What do we have in here? A minority of Estonians? Estonians, do they have like a Finnic? Oh, they do have a Finnic cultural trait. Yes, actually, we're gonna give them that stuff. Grant you a state of, what's this one? Estland. Increases liberty desire in the United Baltic Provinces by 64. I don't know if that's a good idea, chat. That seems like a really bad idea. We've already granted them 2 states. They're gonna have to be satisfied with that. The United Baltic Provinces are Germanic, though. Can't I, like, reform them into not being Germanic? North German and Russian culture. That's kind of cursed. What would they even do about it? I mean, I want to be nice to them, sort of, kind of. I can't do anything about that? Man, this game needs so many updates and so many expansions. Because I feel so restricted in things that I should be allowed to do. Okay. Let's go to all of our subjects and actually make sure that they like me. Okay, I guess we're not going to touch the United Baltic Provinces then. That's fine. Okay, let's give ourselves a second to cool down on all this infamy we've been gathering. We'll just let the economy build itself for a little bit. Although, let's not forget, I did want to take this part of Bengal. Truce is up in 13 weeks, man. We can't really do much with that. Okay, so, yeah, we technically did not form Burgundy. We just renamed ourselves to Burgundy, which means we don't get claims. Would be a lot cooler if we did, but we don't. Is that North Korea? Oh, no. A dubious claim. Becomes the owner of Namakwaland. Where is Namakwaland? That's Holland. Oh, I don't care about Cuba. This is Namakwaland down here. I'm actually not going to give you that. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. It sucks for my infamy, but I'm actually not going to give you that. Bengal is embargoing me. Screw you too, man. Yeah, my infamy is so cooked right now. I need more rivalries. I wanted to be nice to the Confederates, because they can give me infinite cotton. But I mean... where do I get most of my cotton from? Wait, we're exporting fabric? Pfft, never mind, dude. Where do we get this from? Oh yeah, Mexico can just do, like, plantation economy from me. Yeah, we don't care. We don't care. I want to increase my infamy reduction. Expand the colony in Congo? Or establish a colony in Congo. I think I'm going to wait until I'm done colonizing Congo for that. Burgundian Congo. This time with fewer human rights abuses. Hopefully. Egyptian Burgundian Treaty of Commerce. See, I actually don't want that, so... Ooh, survey a skyscraper site. Absolutely. Let me just go ahead and build a lot more administration. What's the cultural map mode in this universe? Let's take a look. Okay, so I haven't been outnumbered by the French yet. We've got a lot of French people moving into the Netherlands, but... still pretty Dutch and Flemish and Walloon. Mostly Russian in northern Estonia. Anything interesting? Anything weird out of the ordinary? Not really. What's Karelia like? Well, they just have... Wait, what? Pause. How did you do this? We look over Karelia, 0% Karelian, 50% Russian, 50% Chinese. Remarkable. That is incredible. What's Mexico like? Pretty Mexican. Generally speaking. Yeah, the widely known Han migration to Europe. The rest looks relatively normal, actually. I'm just trying to see if there's like any other weird migration of Han people somewhere. Like, let me check that Han culture. Yeah, they just kind of exist in Karelia. I mean, there are like some over here. It's funny how it's like nowhere else in the entire world but Karelia. African majority in the Amazon? That is actually not that surprising. You still have slavery? Yeah, they still got slavery, that makes sense. Where do the Karelians go? I don't know. Check northern Canada. It always says something a little weird. Well, I think in this recent update, they have a lot more migration from India into the British colonies. So like you always get like Marathi. I guess not so much over here. No, that's a huge, look at that massive Marathi. Rajput. It's because I think it might depend on who forms Canada, but I think they usually have no migration controls, which in our timeline sort of ends up with having a lot of actually Chinese migration into Canada. But because of the way that the mechanics work in Victoria 3, it's like, well, that's just not going to happen, so instead it's usually migration from India. Britain's actually trying to claw back their empire in India. Didn't Britain lose India and independent Indian countries can migrate more easily? I mean, they did lose India, but I'm pretty sure in every campaign you can always get a lot of migration from India into Canada. Look at Transylvania. I know it looks weird, but this is actually not that crazy. Like having South Germans in here, Romanians, Hungarians in here. Yeah, okay, this is not Ukrainian, by the way. Yeah, no, it's not Ukrainian. It's just like the mix ends up making it look like it is. What are people doing? Privatizing way too many things. We need to build more. But what to build? What do people need? Actually, it's less about what people need, and more about what we could begin with. Do I even have electricity generation? No, I need that. Once we're done with analytical philosophy, we're gonna speed run down the industrial tech. Oh, right, I completely forgot I can upgrade my armies. I think that's gonna cost us more munitions, actually. I'm just gonna make sure we have a good supply of munitions at all times. And I'm gonna subsidize them, and... let me see. I want to become a massive exporter of weaponry. Import tariffs on all weaponry. Because if you become an exporter of weaponry, then you should always have enough weaponry during your wars, in theory. More migration. It's not enough. The population is only going up by like 4% per year. We need more. Another... okay, listen, man. I really don't want... I really just don't want to do that, man. I would really like to take Egypt and own the entire thing, but outside of that, no. Can you establish colonial nations? I mean, yes, we do have colonial nations over here. We can establish one in Congo, but if we do that, then we will not be able to colonize anymore, so we're not going to do that. Westphalia is trying to conquer Lipa. That is so based. Yes, please expand on my behalf. I would love that. More migration. More. It's not enough. It's only 5% more per year. Only 6%, 7% per year. More. Oh, actually, we're getting unemployed people. Okay, maybe that's enough, actually. Maybe it's enough people. We're getting slight unemployment. Colonization of a state finished? Which one is that? Probably this one. Okay, I'm gonna let these two go extra fast. Because, of course, every time you put down a new colony, it actually takes up some of the capacity itself. And I don't want to split the progress between these two. I want to make sure that we cut off Britain here. And then maybe try to link up our colonies here. Negotiate with Portugal for their colonies, maybe. Oh man, I should have joined on their side for an obligation, but oh well. When does England annex the Boer states? When they feel like it, usually. I don't know. Are we gonna guarantee their independence? Oh no, we're gonna kill them. Yeah, we're gonna annex them at some point. Wouldn't it be funny? Okay, no. Our rival Bengal continues to practice slavery. We could easily condemn them. True. Tisk tisk. Although, that is not very helpful for me. Minus 10% influence for the next 5 years. I kind of need that influence because it helps reduce my infamy. I don't really care that much. You got oil in Hanover? We're so back. Private schools? I don't think private schools are worth it until you have over 20 standard of living average, right? Oh, shoot. Private schools or private health insurance? I mean, private schools are like the better one to pick out of these two. Well, it's the less destructive one. I guess we could do that. Let's just see here. So that's like 62% education access. And this is 2.5% wealth-based access. So at what point... Hold on, what's 62 divided by 2.5? $24.8. Yeah, no, that would kind of suck to go private schools. Yeah. Why min-max when you can screw over the poor? That's true. How bad is it if I just don't do this? If time runs out, minus 15 approval. That's crazy. Okay, yeah, we're gonna go with private schools, and then we're gonna swap it back as soon as possible. We do lose the assimilation. Dude, we release Algeria and they immediately get invaded by the British. I tried so hard. Oh my god. Release Congo? No, I am going to colonize that. Just not yet. Because, like, what'll happen is I release Congo here. Actually, I guess these colonies do touch now, don't they? Let me think about that. How fast is the British East African colonization right now? I assume you guys are getting something done. Severe malaria, so they're getting nothing done, actually. If I release a subject, they should have the same technology as me, right? And what other influences do they have? They get 1% because of their incorporated population. Oh, it's not about like main culture incorporated population, it's about just incorporated population. I guess in that sense we could do that then. Perhaps. Go with the company, of course. Have you ruined my colonization? You have? You haven't ruined my colonization. Okay, well, we'll colonize this then. Okay, what else can we do right now? We just have to sit back and wait for infamy to tick down, but like honestly, that's gonna take forever, isn't it? We get -5 per year. Let's call that -6. That's still gonna take 10 years. 10 years of sitting here doing nothing. Do I have a thing in my power block that will allow me to just gaslight everybody? Where's my gaslighting principle? That's defensive. That does not help. Police coordination. I mean, it does give you authority. That's nice, but not that helpful. Freedom of movement would help with migration. It would do that. Militarized industry, maybe? No, that doesn't give us, like, anything. 80% battle occupation is kind of massive, though. I was hoping we could find something that would help me decrease my infamy, but I don't think there's a button for that. Speaking of... Oh, game crash, let's go! I love my very stable Victoria 3. That's cool. Can you invite Georgia and Azerbaijan? Yeah, we can invite Georgia. Wait, no, we can invite Azerbaijan, not Georgia. It's actually possible that the Russians might own too much of Georgia still. That could be. Looking forward to seeing Han population and Karelia population migrate to Finland proper. I think we should figure out a way to get more Han population to migrate to Finland. Because it would be funny. Okay. I don't think we... Yeah, we're not too far behind. We do have our Burgundian Congo. I think I should give Burgundian Congo, Burgundian Senegalese Gabon. Just to make the borders look nice. We cannot grant Burgundian Congo anything. Is that because I need to turn them into actual colonies? They're currently chartered companies. What's the difference between a chartered company and a colony? I don't know. But it seems we can't grant them any territory while they are a company. So I'd have to reduce the autonomy of both, I think. But doing that will raise the liberty desire of every other country by 20. Which is a system that I absolutely despise, by the way. I don't like how, even if you annex a country, actually, it's like, oh, you decided to integrate Oldenburg into your country? Okay, well, now the Burgundian East Indies should become independent. Like, why? It doesn't make any sense. Anyway, we want our claim here and maybe in Arabia, sure. It kind of makes sense, though. They're scared that they're next. Okay, but like they're an established colony. Yeah, rest in peace, Algeria. Independent for approximately 4 years, I think, at most. Maybe not even that much. Okay, that would be lovely to get, actually. Let's go ahead and upgrade everything we have to the new version of this stuff. Rotary valves, more rotary valves. Although I think that might cause mass unemployment, perhaps. That could be. It might do that. How bad is it? That's quite a lot of unemployment. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and actually swap these out because we have unemployment now. Previously, we didn't have enough people to employ, so we're just gonna transition into building more than bringing people in. What else can we do for our people? More groceries? More groceries for the private sector to privatize? Who's annexing Congo? That would be the British. Which would be kind of annoying, but not the end of the world. Finland coring Karelia, they should be, yeah. Congo backs down, rip. They're actually not being conquered, they're just a protectorate now, but... Britain owns South Italy? No, this is the Roman Republic. In fact, I am the closest to owning it. Other than themselves, of course. Your home HQ is actually here. What? Hold on. Sardinia Piedmont is offering to owe us an obligation if we back them against Austria. Uh-oh. Okay, pause. What are you doing? Cut Sardinia Piedmont down to size? Oh, they're doing a unification play. That's my boy. That's my boy right there. Okay, yep. Yep. I'll do anything. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely, okay. We're going to destroy Austria. What can we do in this? Is it like free? No, I still get infamy. We'll go with liberate Czechoslovakia. That's funny. Liberate Qiang and you. How on earth do you have treaty ports? They stole a treaty port from Portugal. Okay, anyway. That's pretty funny. I can't even liberate Hungary. Oh, I don't have an interest in Danubia. Well, that's a shame. We can get that treaty port. I don't think it actually is a treaty port when you look at it. I don't think it recognizes it as a treaty port. Otherwise, it would be part of the Qing market, wouldn't it? Then again, this is also not recognized as a treaty port. But this is a treaty port, because it's part of the Qing market. This is my treaty port. So that doesn't actually act as a treaty port, that other one. And we already have one in China, so it's fine. It's also starving. Yeah, that happens sometimes. So, what do you want? War goals. We should actually liberate Czechoslovakia because it would be so funny. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Can't believe I'm still not the #1 power block. We're always just a little bit behind Britain. Anyway, please back down. It would be so funny. But I know Russia's going to join on their side, so... right, since I am actually the leader, I can call Britain in on an alliance. Oh, I can do more. I can do more. Hold on. Hold on. This is about to go crazy. You have no idea. We're going to move that to here. We're going to wait until we have that interest. What are we at right now? I really don't even want this. Fine, we'll take the middle option. Bavarian Rhineland, too. I would kind of like that. 12.8 for a sliver of land? You gotta be out of your mind. Ooh. That's actually really helpful. We can build a larger navy now. Speaking of navy... me when I forget my mobilization things. Oops. Okay, let's go and... Don't I have another 90? Yeah, it's this one, okay. We're gonna test just how much we can push this with the full strength of our army. Also, I can build scout cruisers now, but to do that I need radios. Okay. Can't even build these yet, eh? That's kind of weird. Well, I haven't invented destroyers. Oh, okay, that actually makes sense. The British and Portuguese ones are not true treaty ports. They act as local points for Qing market access since they're already there or scripted. Okay, yeah. They are a little bit different. Okay, do I get... Make Protectorate in Ethiopia? Buddy, that's like my territory. What are you doing? You're so cringe, man. Okay. I need my interest to activate in Hungary, unless it's already activated. Please let me free Hungary. Okay. Oh, does it need to be before the play? Did I mess that up? Oh shoot, I might have messed that up then. Can't even release Hungary, what's the point? I can release Transylvania, but not Hungary. Why? That's dumb. I should be allowed to release Hungary. Liberate Armenia for the clean borders? I don't even know if I care, though. I've already slapped Russia so many times. Slap it some more? I mean, I guess. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and liberate Croatia so that... Wait, hold on. What are you unifying with? Küstenland, Venice, South Tyrol. We can give you that. We're gonna make Austria landlocked. That's what we're gonna do. Coastal privileges revoked. Except for Austrian Montenegro, but there's not really much we can do about that. Unless... There's no, like, return state to a different country, is there? Would be a lot cooler if there were. Throughout Slovenia? No, because... half of Slovenia is gonna go to my subject. And so they'll still be landlocked. It's fine. I guess I could force liberate Transylvania. How many maneuvers do I have? 60? What if I enforce infinite money transfer? Oh, that would kill me. That's 60 infamy. Okay. Okay. Alright, I suppose we could liberate... We could actually liberate Armenia, that's fine. Could take all of his food? No, that's okay. We're just gonna balkanize them. It really is like the only thing we can do at this point is just further balkanize every country we go to war with because we have so much infamy. Also, shouldn't I be able to subjugate somebody at this point? I feel like I'm missing someone. Ooh, input goods shortage. I knew we would have an issue. Which one is it? Is it ammunition, I guess? That would make a lot of sense if it is ammunition. It's not a shortage, we just don't have enough. I mean, we'll just build more, it's fine. We can build a lot of ammunition. Can we release the landlocked part of Moldavia that Russia still owns? No. Not liberating Poland? We'll get around to it. I'm sure Russia's gonna do something stupid again at some point. They always do. You'd think at this point they would also relocate their capital away from St. Petersburg. Just because of how many L's they're taking. Actually, I'm curious. What's the British infamy? Yeah, it's kind of like mine. Liberate Galicia might unify with Poland when Poland gets released? Oh, well, we've kind of used everything at this point. I mean, we have no more plays, but I'm sure we'll get another chance at some point. Also, what is that war? This. We'll do that. There we go, the Analytical Philosophy Department. Take a look at that, chat. We now have a disgusting amount of innovation. Which means... well, hold on. That seems like a low amount. Oh, I'm like #1 in technology. I'm not getting any spread, that's why. No, I'm getting some spread. That's not true. Getting some spread. I do want... no, I'm gonna go down electricity, actually. Electricity and shift work and vulcanization. And after that, I think we're going to want... steam turbines, yes. Yeah. Maybe we don't need this much ammunition. That's fine. Entrench further in Lombardy. No, it's fine. We'll get free tech progress. The faster I go ahead and research everything, the faster I can swap out our research thing in our tech. Or in our block. Speaking of which, hey, we are the #1 power block. Let's go. That's really cheap, we can do that. Are you attacking my supply or anything? Saw a little dip there. but I guess it's fine. Yeah, so I think the standard of living on average is going down a bit because I'm pretty sure we're still getting a lot of migration, but not enough construction. Actually, yeah, you guys are still privatizing a bunch of stuff. The private construction queue is getting roughly the right ratio. Yeah, they're still just doing mass privatization. Skyscraper, let's go. We'll put that down right in the capital. And we have to build some more government administration. So what will be the peace treaty? The peace treaty is going to be the complete dissolution. Well, okay, it's going to be a few things. One, we're going to unify our Sardinia Piedmont with 3 parts of Italy up here. And then we're going to liberate Czechoslovakia and Croatia and Armenia and Transylvania. And then we're hoping at some point... How much do I own in Sardinia Piedmont? We actually own about 30%. I don't know why Qing owns 12%. I mean, I did give them investment rights. I just didn't think they would do much with it. They own 1.5% of my GDP. And probably a decent amount of my subjects. But I don't really care. You want autonomy? That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Sometimes we don't get the things that we want. If Piedmont the Dalmatian coast as well. That would be a little bit tougher because I am going to release Croatia. A successful defense? There's no way. Actually, are there any subjects that don't hate me right now? A few of them. A lot of them don't like me because of my infamy. That's the thing, if you play with subjects, which, like, in theory you should because it's a lot lower infamy as a playstyle, then you end up not being able to integrate those subjects. Because having any infamy makes them upset. You could take one province in France and they'd be like, yo, hold on. They would want immediate independence. There we go. Armenia has been liberated. Might as well give them the standard deal. The country's in my power block. Is it also in my market? No. How are you in the Ottoman market? That's a new one. Tributary of the Ottomans? Not on my watch. We're going to have to... Ooh, man. If you were not a major power right now, you would be a subject in 10 seconds. Actually, I can conquer a lot of the Ottomans for really low infamy. That is extraordinarily low infamy. I could give all of Greece back to Greece. Well, there goes Wien, GG. Actually, you know what? I kind of feel like... Oh, never mind, okay. I thought maybe Russia would have joined that war to try and stop paying me, but it doesn't matter, they still have to pay me. Can we free Bavaria? Not at the moment, but at some point. You're right though, we should give them freedom. It would be a lot easier if Austria would simply give up, I think. There we go. Electricity generation. Time to spam that absolutely everywhere. We should do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Start with 5 in each of these places. I'm paying a lot on welfare. That's probably fine. There we go. Sardinia, Piedmont now has northern Italy. We're getting closer to the, what is this, the Kaiserreich timeline? Where we have northern Italy and then southern Italy. The two Italies. But soon enough, they will become one Italy. Yeah, the borders aren't great. Yeah, not exactly ideal, I know. But you can't say we did not successfully dismantle Austria. We have done amazing things here today. Also, we do need machined tools. I'm hoping we can pick up the slack on that. In terms of rubber. We should have no import tariffs on rubber for now. Presumably, Danish Togo is producing a lot of rubber. Okay, that's cool. GDP still behind Qing, and also Britain just goes crazy with it. I kind of hate that. They're always one step ahead with their GDP. Well, until this just happened. Why are you stagnating? Oh, they just lost... Wait. Okay, I see, I see. So Britain's gonna win that at some point, but that's probably what happened. Never forgot about turning Japan into a subject. I might still do that now that it's even cheaper. So many things I want to do, but my infamy is too high already. Well, let's see. How large is my army? 23,000. Large is the second largest army. So there's Qing, but they have a sort of army that kind of exists. Actually, 15,000 is not small. That's actually really big. Really good army. I just didn't expect Qing to have that much. Wait, you're not... Okay, they're unrecognized still. That's good. I'm not trying to have Qing recognized. That would be an absolute disaster. $24 infamy for that. It's so cooked. That's so cooked. What about that one? Also 24.3? Man. Tragic. I feel like modern ports aren't as important as they used to be at some point. Like, after you upgrade from here to here, does it even really matter that much? Should we be spending oil on that? I feel like we shouldn't. The Merchant Marine is already pretty high, like we have a ton of it. Trade capacity is fine. Convoys are fine. Infrastructure can be fixed through railroads. And railroads also give us transportation. So, no, I'm not going to upgrade that. Oh, hello. What did you offer them? Nothing? Just an automatic help? Oh, you're supporting Ukraine. Okay, that's cool. Yes, yes, government petition is done. That's cool. Okay, now let's change that back. Okay, we should probably help our subject. Well, this isn't our subject. Not yet, at least. There we go, skyscraper. Do I have the post for it, though? No, okay. Actually, what kind is it? Bureaucratic? Nope, we want trade. Russia might unify Germany and be a threat. I highly doubt that. They could, but I don't think they will. Oh yay, another uprising. Riveting. Okay, what else can I be doing right now? The Antarctic expedition. The Tibetan expedition is very funny. I think I will do that. The reason it's funny is because you can get Tibet for free. Just cuz. So you know what? I am going to activate an interest in Tibet, in the Himalayas. Also, I think I'm going to get more ships. What are these scout cruisers? They require radios, and we don't have radios yet because we need to build telephones and then radios. Imagine them uniting with Bohemia, though. Which... Oh, like if they take Czechoslovakia? I don't think so. If Russia does? Nah, they won't do that. And if they try, I would squish them. Because their army is a quarter the strength of mine, a third of the strength of mine. Yeah, the borders are incredibly cursed right now. I always despise the way that the borders in Africa turn out. Like, as it stands, there is no real mechanic for the Berlin Conference. It's just like, wow, the scramble for Africa, and then people scramble, and then there's no Berlin Conference. It's all scramble. We actually don't have enough construction for our investment pool. That's the first time in a while. Let's go build some more. More migration. But do we want more migration at this point? Yes, we do. We do actually want more migration. We have to sort of shift between building and migration modes. Where are we sending people to? Oh, up here. Yeah, you see, you guys have too many people. Send some back over to Holland. Our incorporated population is now 42.5 million. More population than Japan. Britain, what's your incorporated population? 42.5 million. We have the same incorporated population. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, we have a lot of Brazilians moving. A lot of Greeks, a lot of French. Ukrainians, Finns. The new Colossus, but it's actually just a small sliver of Europe. A very rich sliver of Europe, mind you. There we go. You guys are still cool with me, that's good. Armenia might join in a moment. I should have a button that says like, oh hey, did you know by the way that you can like subjugate a power block member? Did you know that? Like Switzerland, right? Oh, it still hasn't been that long. Damn. Okay. What's the standard of living for the cut-off Galicia? Probably very, very low. That's 6 for the lower strata. That is 96% of the population starving. So I'd say they're doing all right. Every single person in Moldova is in severe starvation. Oh god. Oh no. You did this? Yeah, I actually did do that. That's true. I can't even say I didn't. I did split off Transylvania and Czechoslovakia. I did in fact do that. Krakow, also, completely cut off now. It's interesting how, like, if you do something like this, you don't immediately have, like, a secessionist movement in Galicia. Like, these guys are literally starving. Austria is not giving them any food. You would think they would immediately be like, well, I guess we're leaving. But nope. Not how Victoria 3 works. Yeah, or even just the AI releasing them and giving them their own market, exactly. They would prefer to let their people starve than to give them autonomy. And if that isn't thinking like a 19th century imperialist, then I don't know what is. Pollution's looking pretty bad in this area. Sure, it's fine. Oh, also, we should have some improved liberty desire. Because our infamy went down. You just don't really like me that much, do you? That's a shame. Actually, can I forcibly annex you? First of all, that's good. Oh, I think also a while ago someone asked to see the whole empire. This is the whole empire. I'm so glad we got Mexico early on. It's still super cursed, but... How bad is this? 53 infamy. Okay, we're not gonna do that. Infamy, that's a good deal. I think I've seen better deals in the past. For example, can I interest you in making Japan a protectorate for 24 infamy? It's pretty good. There's 87 in my game for Mexico. I think we have significantly hamstringed Mexico's growth. Hey, we are the second largest economy now, let's go. Also, I didn't build those electricity generation plants to look pretty. I want them to power the streetlights. And then I'm actually going to go into here and auto expand power plants. What do protectorates do? Do they pay tax or something? Protectorates just kind of sit there and look pretty. For the most part. I mean, okay, so when a country is brought into a protectorate status, it also brings them into your market. So basically, my market is pretty wide-reaching. So when they're in my power block, they're not already in the market. They do pay 30% of their income? I didn't even know that. Hold on. I thought they paid you nothing. I thought puppets paid you money, but not protectorates. Autonomous subject type able to start their own diplo plays. Let me look at my diplomatic pacts. I'm just seeing puppets on here. Chartered companies, colonies, puppets. So my protectorates at the very least are not paying me. But at the very least, a protectorate is in my market and I can build in them, yes. Why are we dodging it up today, my man? Stroopwafel. Yeah. British Republic? That's disgusting. Can I please have the lowlands? It'd actually be better for me to just, like, declare war on the French Republic. Actually, when is our truce up? Oh, no, it's not about a truce. But also, technically, I cannot declare my neutrality here, because that would break our alliance with Britain. I hate that they're a republic now, though. That's cursed. Will you be annexing Spain in this playthrough? No. Probably not. Trying to annex, like, any country in Europe that has more than 2 states is 20 gazillion infamy. That takes another 3 centuries to burn off. Three Fires Uprising goes extremely hard. It does. Unfortunately, they're cooked. I want to see, hold on, what's the population of this area? Okay, okay, to be fair, I was gonna say, if it's like a 90% Yankee in both of these places, and they're rebelling, calling themselves the Three Fires Uprising, that would be insane LARP. But hey, they do have like 50% Algonquin over here. Support them? I can't support them. They're already dead. Cooked. Diploplane the US and free them. That's true. That's true. We could do that. We have very friendly relations with the United States. Am I guaranteeing them? Hold on. I don't think you deserve that guarantee. Hold on. Let me think about this. Take back New Amsterdam. I'm really thinking about it. It would be really hard to get the Americans in my power block simply because they already have a lot of GDP. The Confederates would be easier, but not substantially. They also don't like me. French mass migration. How many people are leaving France? The population graph is flat. They're only gaining stuff from conquering. That's amazing. Coal-fired power plants. Let's go. Let's go ahead and grab... Well, now that we have electricity... Electrical capacitors... Telephone radio? Yes. Automobiles are busted? That's pretty true, but like, they'll be done spreading pretty soon. Insufficient construction for the investment pool. Oh really? So why is it not full then? Checkmate. Can you show the food security map mode? I can, but you're not gonna like it. So much starvation over here. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Do we like the Confederates? I mean, they kind of hate us. I like the fact that they provide a lot of cotton for cheap, but I mean, we can get that from India. I keep saying, and then I don't actually invade India. I should actually invade India, just not Bengal. I could annex these guys for 10 infamy. The problem is just that we created the Burgundian Bengal Company, but it's all the way over here. I might actually... I don't know. I'm gonna decrease relations with Qing. Maybe I don't like them. They can have their treaty port back. I'm just gonna enforce one through war. But I think I'm going to take all of Burma. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna give it to my Bengal charter company. Mexicans can provide the cotton? I mean, they can, but we can get more cotton. How much cotton is Mexico actually producing? It's a very negligible amount. Sardinia... Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't even notice this. Actually, Sardinia Piedmont is producing all of the fabric in the world. And Burgundy and Niger. That is kind of insane. Who cares about the Confederates? We have Sardinia Piedmont. Holy, that's crazy. That's crazy. What do you want? Calling me as an ally? Fine, I guess that makes sense. How are they producing that much? They're simply goated. 87% throughput because the Burgundian Bengal Company owns a whole bunch. Economy of scale. They have something that's boosting production as well. And then they're also using automatic irrigation. So they're just producing infinite fabric for us. That is very funny. I think I would also like to produce more power plants. Okay, the Roman Republic is being annoying. Why do you have so much resistance? National militia... Traditionalism? No. No. Oh god. Not traditionalist land-based taxation Roman Republic. It's evolving just backwards. Oh no. Truly returning. Oh god. Next, they're gonna bring back serfdom or something. That's crazy. That's crazy. Did the Pope form Rome? Well, the people of Rome overthrew the Pope and established a republic. And then they said, what if we dismantle our entire army and our navy and we return to idyllic agrarianism? Is that even the term I'm thinking of? Yeah, that is the term I'm thinking of. Yeah, idyllic agrarianism. Where everyone just kind of like chills on a farm. Cincinnatus moment. Bread and wine. That's all you need in Italy. Bread and wine. Go on right ahead, man. That is so funny. Yeah, 54% church interest, too. Democratic Republic. 54% interest. Yeah, it's been really bad with laws in this update. I wouldn't call this bad. I would call this hilarious. Like, if Italian society decided, yeah, we're just gonna farm. Go for it, man. Absolutely. Fail to unify Italy, go back to just relaxing. They're kind of based for that. Every game I start, the US speedruns the Civil War and loses 9 out of 10 times. Yeah. I'm excited to see how badly the French get destroyed in this war, because I'm looking to grab some free things. I might actually just wait until my infamy is really super low, and then I might just take all of the rightful Burgundian territory. Which would be Lorraine, Franche-Comté, Champagne, Burgundy, Alsace-Lorraine, French Low Countries. Taking all of that will probably kill me, though. Fails to unite Italy, goes back to relaxing. Glad Paradox implemented the Mediterranean AI for roleplay. They're just having a really good time, what can I say? It's funny because no one's invading them either. They actually are just chilling. That's it, they're just having a great time. You can't even hate him for it. And their GDP's been going up a lot. I mean, if it's working out, I do own a quarter of their GDP. Like, before long, I will actually own their entire country. But the thing is, like, the strategy's been working because I own so much of their country, and yet I still can't put them in the power block. And a lot of that is because they have massive resistance from national militia and traditionalism. Also, what was that war? Like 7 wars going on. That's not mine, is it? I don't like how this colony is breaching containment. It's going way too far. Speaking of colonies, I'd finished this one, and I finished this one. So we're just gonna go ahead and cut off these guys. Ukraine is getting close to joining the alliance. GDP still going up. British Republic still outclassing me, as always. Thank you, Britain. Dude, how do they do it? Where are they getting all that GDP from? Is it seriously all of it's just in Britain? That can't be. I guess it kind of is. Well, that and... No, not even their colonies. Well, I guess these colonies, but... Britain. Okay, how about more torpedo boats? Because we can get more now. Then more ironclads. Ooh. I think that was a technology that just spread. Not sure which one. Oh, actually, I keep forgetting. Zeppelins. We want the increased MAPI. That's really important. Another day, another uprising. Here, we'll send you down to here. Civil War is currently a decent challenge even to the player. Okay. Did you remember to steal Egypt and take Qing after the debt war? I didn't even remember that I was going to take Egypt. Oh shoot, Japan should have asked me for help, because sometimes they'll let you turn them into a protectorate. This would be an excellent opportunity to declare a protectorate war against Japan. Because right now, because they're in a civil war, let's just see, who's going to win this? If the socialists win, then it doesn't matter, but... I think the Empire of Japan's going to win this one. So, if they defeat the socialists, and then we invade them after starting the war to make them a protectorate, then that means we get them entirely as a protectorate for as low as 10 infamy. Which is kind of insane. We're going to do that. We have finished yet another colony. There's not really much to do in that Portuguese one. We'll just let them take that. Ooh, starvation. Never mind. So we need to produce more engines. I need to allow the private sector to do more. Actually, that's their fault. If they're not up to 75%, then they just have to do more. We've done so much investment in our subjects, we almost own double our actual GDP. Let me go ahead and also... I don't know if I have enough electricity for this. If, I mean, we want Zeppelins. I also really want electric railways, because that gives us electric engines, which is important because we need a lot of electricity, but the more electricity we need, the more engines we need. I might want electric railways and then maybe Zeppelins. Just so that I can scale my electricity better. Anyways, someone asked what the current objective is, and the current objective is to burn off my infamy for a little bit. Well, after I take Japan. There's no way Japan's losing this, hold on. You can't be losing this. Oh my god, they're losing it. It kind of ruins everything for me. Shoot. Shoot. What do I do in this case? Do I go ahead and just invade them then? I think if I can make them a protectorate before they capitulate to the faction. In theory, I should be able to fight off their faction. Nah, you will lose them? Bro, there's no way they're losing to the socialists, man. Bro, please. How are you losing this so bad? You're fighting with irregulars versus skirmish infantry. Brother, upgrade your infantry, please. It can't be this bad, man. They have no... Wait, do they have... They have no trade centers. Is that it? How is this happening? How could you be losing this? That is so embarrassing. I was like, oh, don't worry. Don't worry, guys. The Empire of Japan will win this. And then after they win this, we'll be able to just walk in there and take it. Like, man. That's so disappointing. Speaking of disappointing, could you please just win this war? You're fighting nobody right now. You could win that. Catastrophic L, I'm not gonna lie. This might be a generational fumble. My subjects are already clogging up all the naval invasions. Man, it's so over. No free Japan, that sucks. Oh, here we go, here we go. They have taken back some part of Japan. Cuban uprising. Okay, that's fine. You guys can win that. Technically, when they get into your market, they can they get access and can upgrade their army. I mean, in theory. The problem is getting to that point. Okay, push towards Tokyo. Capital's in Tokyo, right? Yeah, it should be. I'm not even gonna get Japan as a subject, am I? $20 legitimacy? That kind of slaps. I think I'm going to arrange an accident for this industrialist. He's a Republican, and I think we just can't have that, to be honest. Failed assassination attempt. I mean, okay, he doesn't know that it failed, but shoot. Oh god, please. Please don't be a massive L for me. Please let me have Japan, please. Please. Oh. Yeah, sure. Please. Please. Actually, for that to happen, I think I need to, also do this. Protectorate? Okay. Okay. Are we back? I mean, until they get absolutely cooked by the other side, but I mean... It's working, I think. As long as Japan can upgrade their armies using my market, their GDP absolutely collapsed. Oh, that sucks, man. That's so unfortunate. That's tragic. Womp womp. Oh, is somebody poor now? That sucks. This is so sad. Alexa, play Dame Dane. Actually, what's that song called? Baka Mitai, that's what it's called. Alright, let's go with... Let's upgrade these. More clothing production. Infinite clothes. I think I might actually need more construction. Also, you're winning, right? Right, Japan? My dear subject? Oh, it's so cooked, dude. What? What am I looking at, man? What? Not the 5 defense? No, please. It's never been more over. So let's actually build more construction. Clearly we do need that. We'll build 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. That should do it. It's over. Tried so hard and got so far. But in the end, Japan has 0 defense on their armies. Ah, that's tragic. Wait! I don't know what happened here. But I think I'm willing to just accept it. Are we back? Totally planned for that to happen, yeah. All according to plan. Another day of being a successful imperialist. I have no idea what just happened. All according to Keikaku. That's true. Alright, sure. Why not? Exactly as I had imagined it. So chat, I have a question. I want you to place your bets. How much GDP ownership do you think I'm going to need before I can bring the Roman Republic into my power block? We are currently sitting at 27% of their GDP. 150%? That's a good guess. Might be somewhere around that. Who's attacking France? That's the British Republic. Ooh, we have destroyers. I just need to get my... what do you call them? My radios. More immigration. Lovely. How are we doing on that? Those power plants. Do we have any shortages? That looks like a shortage to me. Electricity shortages? Yes. Even with the coal-fired plants? Damn. Okay, well that should be fixed soon enough. We don't have enough engines either. We need more engines, more electricity, so we can mass produce more things. Can't believe Corbett is playing Burgundy, doesn't own Burgundy, Netherlands. Okay, listen. We're going to get around to it. I just have to wait for my infamy to decay, and then we will take Burgundy proper. Because by that point, I think my navy and my army... Okay, I'm not going to say they'll be unstoppable, because the British Navy always exists. But we should be kind of, sort of, okay for the most part. Please release South Africa. I mean, I might take South Africa. Actually, which countries can still threaten me? Hold on. I don't really care. So Russia. Russia's army is nothing, their navy is nothing, so not them. Austria's been dismantled, Spain's been dismantled, France has been dismantled. It's really just Britain, isn't it? Qing doesn't threaten me, they just have a lot of defensive capability. So we are allied to Britain, but in the event that that changes, for whatever reason, we're going to need a stronger navy. We have 15,000, we have about 12,000. Just in case one of these guys dies, we'll do that. So I've kind of maxed out how much I can build my navy. No nights end to dreams. We are not going to be depopulating any regions. We are a well-adjusted, normal community of Victoria 3 players. Actually, we're not even a community of Victoria 3 players. I play mostly EU4. Can you realistically win a land war against Britain? A land war? Absolutely. We have like double the army strength. Community of Anbanar players. That's true. We may create one colonial administration once we are done colonizing this area. Because until that happens, we will be cut off from colonizing, and we colonize faster than our subjects ever could. So for the time being, we're going to be the ones colonizing. Still an electricity shortage in Holland. Bro, how much are we using? That's a lot. That is a lot, okay. Next state will go to Congo, though. Do our pops migrate? Oh, I mean, not really. The only pops that do any sort of migration are the ones that move to Burgundy. We have a lot of unemployment, actually. Don't worry, we'll solve that. The welfare payments aren't even that bad either. Oh, game crash, let's go! Alright, chat. You know what, actually, that... As funny as it is, that would be a great place to stop, wouldn't it? This stream has been like 6 hours long, and I do need to end the stream soon anyway. That's like the main reason why I wasn't able to play the Anbanar update. Is because I would only be able to play it for like an hour and a half once it's out. Community of Harpy enjoyers, true. Actually, no, I should not say true to that. That is anti-Corbett propaganda. We play a very normal number of, or amount of Anbanar, and we play very normal countries, and we are well adjusted when we play those countries. Anyway, yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and... I already saved, but... There. We actually are gonna call it for today. Because we've played a lot already. And there may or may not be a fourth stream to this, I don't know. It's going pretty alright, but we'll see. For now, though... I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your weekends. Thanks for the lizard video. Well, thank you for watching the lizard video. In fact, I should check on how that's doing because I have not looked at it since the beginning of the stream. Okay, yeah, it's doing pretty alright. Doing pretty solid. A whole 51 minute long video, let's go. If that does end up getting a part 2, by the way, oh god, it's already at 1,500 likes? Guys, it's been like 4 hours, 5 hours or something. If it does get to 4,000 likes, I don't know how long the mission tree is, but it's gonna be a lot. A lot to do. Did an update today. Allegedly, it's been out for like an hour and a half, almost. The new Anbanar update. So go ahead and check it out if you haven't already. Highly recommended. Because, like, they've added a whole bunch of new stuff. Oh, also, oops. Supposed to be in this room right now. Let me go ahead and quickly... turn on my music. There we go. Okay. Devlog is longer than most indie game devlogs. True? Real? I actually do need to read that devlog. I don't think I got the full scope of everything that's been changed at this point. But anyway, thank you guys very much for watching. I will see you guys sometime this upcoming week, hopefully with more Anbanar. And, well, let's just say we're gonna be having something interesting really soon for Anbanar. Yeah. Anyway, I'll see you guys sometime this upcoming week. Bye, bit.